Welcome back, late watchers. This one is strange. Not violent, not loud, just deeply, deeply wrong. You come home nothing broken, nothing missing, but everything off. Mugs in the bathroom, family photos flipped upside down. And the fridge, stocked with food you've never bought. Police say it's a prank. But then, one night, you hear humming, right above you. You check the attic hatch. No one's there, just bare footprints. And they lead away from where you were sleeping. Before we get into it, hit like, subscribe, and drop a comment below. What time is it for you right now, and where in the world are you watching from? Now, make sure everything's where you left it. Dim the lights, and relax. At first, I thought maybe I had just forgotten. I was tired. The day had been long, and I wasn't exactly known for being super organized. So when I came home and found all the mugs missing from the kitchen cabinet, I figured I must have packed them up at some point and just blanked on it. Or maybe I had set them somewhere weird while cleaning. That kind of thing happens, right? But then I found them in the bathroom. Not broken, not stacked in the sink, just lined up neatly along the edge of the tub, every single one of them, handle facing out, spaced evenly apart, like someone had measured the gaps between them. My favorite one, the one with the little chip near the rim, was upside down, not knocked over, placed that way. It was such a stupid thing to be unnerved by, but something about it hit me wrong. I stood there for a while, not touching anything, just staring at the arrangement. It felt intentional, like someone was trying to say something without using words. I did a full walkthrough of the house after that. Living room, fine. Bedroom, nothing out of place. Kitchen was weirdly spotless, which wasn't normal for me. I live alone and I'm not messy, but I'm not the kind of person who wipes down every surface before work. That day I had left a bowl in the sink. I was sure of it. It was gone. I checked the locks. Everything was still locked. Deadbolt was fine. Windows latched. Back door still had the security bar in place. I don't have any cameras, but I do have one of those smart sensors on the front door. It logs when the door opens and closes, even if you don't unlock it through the app. No entries while I was out. Not a single one. So either someone had a key and got in without leaving a trace, or I had finally lost it. I didn't report it. Not yet. I mean, what was I going to say? Someone broke in and moved my coffee mugs to the bathtub. That's not a crime, that's just weird. The kind of thing that gets you a polite smile and a post-it note on a file that says, "Watch for psych evil." I put the mugs back, all of them, didn't even wash them, just set them in the cabinet and told myself to let it go. The next few days were normal, too normal, like the house was holding its breath. I'd come home, half expecting something else to be off, but everything was where I left it, keys on the hook. Mail on the table, nothing out of place. Then it happened again. I came home from work and opened the fridge to grab a drink. That was when I saw it. Every shelf was full. Not with my food, not even close. There were plastic containers stacked on top of each other, all unlabeled. Bags of produce I don't eat, radishes, beets, something that looked like raw squash but felt too soft. A pack of eggs that were a brand I had never bought. Cartons of some grayish drink that had no label at all, just a white cap and a plastic seal. The drinks creeped me out the most. I threw everything away, didn't even check the expiration dates. I just opened a trash bag and dumped all of it. I wiped down the shelves, double-checked the lock on the back door, and stood in the middle of the kitchen trying to slow my breathing. Nothing stolen. Again. Nothing broken. No signs of entry, no sounds. Just a fridge full of food I didn't recognize. I called the non-emergency line and explained the situation as calmly as I could. I kept my voice steady, gave the address, asked if anyone else in the neighborhood had reported anything weird. The officer I spoke with was polite, but I could hear it in his voice. That careful tone people use when they are trying not to call you crazy. He asked if I had roommates. I said no. He asked if I had given anyone a key. I said not in over a year. He asked if I had maybe forgotten about a grocery delivery. I laughed, and it sounded wrong coming out of my mouth. He told me to keep an eye on things and to call again if it escalated. That night, I found the note. It wasn't taped anywhere obvious. It was inside the mirror. Not behind it, inside it, pressed between the glass and the backing, like someone had carefully peeled back the edge, slid the paper in, and sealed it again. The note was small, white, folded once, no handwriting on the outside. Inside it said, "We live differently." No name, no explanation, just that. I slept with the lights on that night. Not all of them, but enough. A lamp in the hallway, one in the living room. I checked the attic hatch 3 times. I don't even know what I was looking for. Just needed to know it was still sealed. I dreamed that someone was rearranging all the furniture while I slept, not moving it exactly, just nudging it, an inch here, an inch there. Just enough that I would wake up and feel like something was off but not be able to name it. The next day, I bought a camera, just one of those little motion-activated ones. I set it up in the kitchen, pointing toward the hallway and the back door. I told myself that if it happened again, at least I'd have proof. But nothing happened for a while. No new notes, no weird food, no misplaced objects. Until the humming. I woke up around 4 in the morning. I wasn't sure why at first, just that something had pulled me out of sleep. The room was quiet. My phone showed no alerts, no motion on the camera. Then I heard it. Faint, just above me. Someone humming. A low, rhythmic sound. Not a song I recognized, no melody, just that soft, steady hum. It was coming from the attic. I stood there in the dark, listening, heart pounding, the air in the room suddenly colder. And when I finally got the courage to check the hatch, I saw them. Bare footprints, leading away from where I sleep. I didn't go up there right away. The attic, I mean. I know how that sounds. You probably think I should have rushed to check it out the second I saw the footprints. But I didn't. I stood on the stepladder, hand on the hatch, and I just stared at them. Those faint, bare outlines in the dust. No shoes, no socks, just toes, heels, arches. Almost like a kid's size, but not quite. Longer. The prints were dry, no mud, no streaks. Just impressions, soft and shallow, as if whoever left them had been walking slow, careful. They led away from where my bed was, down the beam that ran above the hallway ceiling. They stopped right before the corner turned, where the ductwork would make it hard to pass. I didn't go any further. I closed the hatch, not fast, not dramatic, just slow and deliberate, like I thought slamming it would set something off. I stepped down and moved the ladder out of the way. Then I dragged the heaviest chair I had into the hallway and set it directly underneath the hatch, like that would stop anything. I didn't sleep. I just sat in the living room with the lights on, every lamp and bulb glowing, and waited for morning. I didn't check the camera footage until after sunrise. I kept thinking about what I would see. Someone crawling out of the attic in the middle of the night, walking barefoot down the hallway, standing over me while I slept. But the footage was clean. Nothing but stillness. The hallway light didn't even flicker, no movement, no sound. And yet the footprints were real. I cleaned them up around 8. I used a damp rag and wiped the dust back into place, part of me hoping it would stay untouched. That if it really was just one weird, awful moment, it would be over now. It could be over. I checked every vent, every crawl space, every closet. Even though I knew it was useless, I knew I wouldn't find anything, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. Around noon, I called my friend Kayla. She's the kind of person who knows when not to make fun of you. She picked up on the first ring, and I didn't ease into it. I just told her everything. From the mugs to the fridge to the note to the footprints. She was quiet for a while after I finished. Then she said, "Are you sure someone's not messing with you?" I told her I didn't know what I was sure of anymore. She offered to come stay the night, just to make sure I wasn't imagining things. I said yes. That evening, she showed up with a sleeping bag and 2 thermoses of tea. She looked around like she was expecting things to jump out at her. I guess I don't blame her. Once you tell someone there are notes hidden in your mirrors and footprints in your ceiling, they look at your house differently. We sat on the couch and tried to distract ourselves, put on a movie, ordered food, talked about dumb stuff. She asked if I had enemies. I laughed, even though it wasn't funny. I work from home. I keep to myself. I don't even really use social media anymore. My world is small by design. Nothing happened that night. No humming, no movement, no new notes. When we checked the attic hatch the next morning, it was undisturbed. Dust still clean, no new prints. She stayed one more night just to be sure. Still nothing. When she left, she gave me a look like maybe it really was just a fluke. Maybe a neighbor with a key playing some elaborate prank. Maybe a wiring issue making noises in the walls. All the usual explanations. But I saw it in her face too, that tiny doubt, that little whisper of unease that said maybe not. The next few days were quiet. But then the changes started again. Not big ones, just subtle stuff. A dish I hadn't used in a while would suddenly be wet in the drying rack. My toothbrush moved half an inch. A single sock laid flat on the hallway floor, perfectly centered like it had been placed with intention. One morning, I found a folded towel on the couch, not mine. Different texture, different color, no tag. Just sitting there like someone had come out of the shower and forgotten to bring it back. The worst one was the closet. I opened it one morning to get a hoodie, and every piece of clothing had been turned inside out, not just thrown around. Every single one, neatly reversed and hung back up. I stood there for a long time, touching the sleeves, trying to figure out how long that would even take. That was when I started hearing it again. The humming. Not every night, but sometimes, low and steady, from the attic, never loud, never aggressive, just present, like someone passing time, waiting. I started leaving the lights on again. I moved the camera to face the hallway more directly. I even bought another one and aimed it at the attic hatch. Nothing ever showed up. Just the faint hum picked up on the audio, so soft you almost had to boost the volume to catch it. I stopped calling the police. I knew what they would say. I stopped telling friends. I knew how they would look at me. Instead, I did something I had not done in years. I went into the attic during the day. I pulled the ladder over, climbed up with a flashlight, and opened the hatch, slowly. It was mostly what you'd expect: insulation, old boxes, some ductwork, a few plastic storage bins I had not touched since moving in. But something had changed. Someone had swept a clear path across the beams, dust brushed away, footprints overlapping, some small, some longer, like more than one person had been up there. And at the far corner, tucked between two beams, was a book. Not one I recognized. No title on the spine, just a faded brown cover, cracked at the edges. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it, flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. Because even from a few feet away, I could see what was written inside the front cover. It said, in neat pencil handwriting, "This house knows how to keep company." I didn't bring the book down right away. I closed the attic hatch and sat on the top step of the ladder for a long time. The light was still on in the hallway, but it felt like something had dimmed anyway. My arms felt heavy. I didn't know what to do with them. I kept picturing that handwriting, those 5 words written so calmly. This house knows how to keep company. Not welcome, not safe, not haunted, just company. I finally climbed down and put the ladder back. I didn't talk to anyone that day. I didn't go online. I didn't even eat. I just sat on the floor next to the wall outlet with my phone in my hand and the camera feed open, watching the attic hatch for hours like it might twitch. It never did. I went back up the next morning. Something about the daylight made it feel more manageable. Still not good, but less unreal. I brought gloves this time, a mask too, even though the air up there was already thin and dry. I crossed the beams slowly and picked up the book. It was heavier than I expected. The cover looked handmade, not like a journal you buy from a store, but something older. The leather was cracked, but not dusty. The pages were thick and yellowing. Someone had taken time with it. Like it mattered. The handwriting was all the same, page after page of it. Neat, small, penciled in, no names, no dates, just entries, thoughts, observations. Some were only a sentence. Others stretched across the entire page. The first few didn't make sense. The chair is too close to the window now. She liked the humming more when it was softer. The fridge accepted 4 new items today. That kind of thing. I thought maybe it was a diary at first, but it didn't read like one. It read like someone was keeping track of something, as if they were recording small shifts in the house itself. Almost like you would document the weather. Some of the entries were about me. I didn't see my name, but there were notes I recognized. He checks the attic, but never for long. He does not eat radishes. He throws them away. He pretends not to notice the mirror. That one stopped me. I read it 3 times. I had not told anyone about the mirror. Not the police, not Kayla. I hadn't even written it down. And yet there it was, in handwriting I had never seen before, in a book I didn't own, in a part of my house I had not touched in years. Whoever wrote this, they were watching me. Not just recently, for a while. I brought the book down after that. I kept it on the coffee table. I didn't hide it. I wanted to see it, to keep reminding myself it was real. Every time I passed it, I would flip to a random page and read something new. Some entries got more detailed. He stood in the living room for 11 minutes and 20 seconds without moving. She no longer enters the guest room. This may indicate memory returning. He dreams about the hallway, always the hallway. That last one wasn't about me. I don't have a guest room. I don't dream about the hallway, so that meant someone else had been here before. Someone else had walked this floor and been watched. Maybe more than one person. The idea didn't make me feel better. It made the silence feel heavier. I called Kayla again the next night. I told her about the book. She didn't laugh. She didn't even hesitate. She said, "Do you want me to come get you?" That surprised me. I expected her to talk me down, to reason with me. But she didn't. Her voice was serious. She sounded scared. I told her no. I said I needed to figure it out. I didn't want to leave and come back to find things even worse. That part was true, but what I didn't say was that I felt something now, a kind of pull, like the house had become a puzzle and I was starting to see the edges. I didn't want to walk away from that yet. I wanted to understand it, not solve it, just understand it. The humming returned 2 nights later. This time it was louder, not aggressive, but closer, clearer, like someone was walking just above the ceiling beams back and forth, letting the sound follow them. I didn't move. I stayed in bed and listened until I fell asleep. The next morning, there was another note. This one wasn't hidden. It was sitting on the kitchen counter, same handwriting, pencil on white paper. "You slept through the rearrangement. That's good." I checked everything, every room. Nothing looked out of place. Nothing moved. I even took pictures to compare angles. I couldn't find a single thing different. But then I opened the fridge. It was full again. Different food this time. Things I didn't recognize. A jar of something that looked like gray jam. A tray of eggs, but they were blue. A plastic bag with small round vegetables I had never seen in my life. I shut the door. That was when I realized what had changed. The kitchen floor was clean, too clean. I never mop at night, and yet it was spotless, like someone had wiped it down carefully. No streaks, no footprints. Except for one. A single bare footprint. Right in the middle of the tile, facing away from the fridge. I didn't touch it. Instead, I opened the book and flipped to the newest page. There was a fresh entry. Company can mean many things. I sat with that sentence for a long time, because I was starting to believe it. This wasn't a break-in. It wasn't a haunting. It wasn't even really about me. The house was doing something, or maybe letting something in, something that had been here longer than me, maybe longer than anyone. And it had decided that I was company now. whether I wanted to be or not. I started to feel like the house had moods. That probably sounds ridiculous. I know it does. But it was this subtle thing, this undercurrent I couldn't quite explain. Some mornings I would wake up and everything felt still, not peaceful, just flat. No sounds, no strange smells, no movement on the cameras, nothing. And then other days, there would be this charge in the air. Not cold, not warm, just heavy. Like walking into a room right after someone has left, and you can still feel their presence, even though it's empty. Those were the days something would be different. Not dramatic, not loud, just off. A drawer that opened half an inch, a shadow that didn't match the angle of the light. My own handwriting changed slightly in a sticky note I was sure I had written the night before. I started keeping notes of my own, not in the house book. I didn't trust that one. I used a separate notebook, one I carried with me when I left the house. I'd write down every change I noticed. When it happened, what was moved, whether the fridge was full again, whether I heard the humming. I looked for patterns. There weren't any. Nothing repeated. The events didn't match the days of the week, or the weather, or the time I went to bed. The only thing I noticed was that it seemed to happen more often when I was calm. That was the one consistent thing. If I had a good day, if I watched a movie and almost forgot to feel scared, something would shift overnight, like the house didn't want me too comfortable. Like it needed to remind me it was paying attention. Kayla called again. She asked if I wanted to stay with her for a few days. I told her I couldn't. I didn't give a reason. Just said I couldn't leave right now. That wasn't entirely true. I could have left, but I didn't want to. Not because I liked what was happening. I didn't. I was exhausted. My eyes were always red. My hands were shaking more often than not, but I had the sense that if I left without understanding this, something worse would happen. Not to me, to the house. Like it needed me to stay balanced or grounded, like I was part of the structure now. One night, I heard something different, not the usual humming. This was quieter, but more specific. It was a voice. I couldn't make out the words. They were just beneath the surface, like a conversation through a thick wall, but it wasn't a recording. It was too uneven, too real. I sat on the couch and listened for nearly an hour. The sound never moved. It came from above, the attic again. Eventually it faded. When I checked the hatch the next morning, it was closed tight. But the footprint on the kitchen floor was gone. No smudge, no dust, no sign it had ever been there. The fridge was empty again. That day, I read more of the house book. I flipped toward the end, past the entries about me and others, and found a page that was different from the rest. It was a list. Just names, first names only, dozens of them. None of them were mine. None of them were Kayla's. I didn't recognize a single one. Next to each name there was a small mark. Some had check marks, others had slashes. A few had little circles drawn next to them. No explanation for what the marks meant. At the bottom of the page was a final note, written in slightly darker pencil. Some stayed. Some tried to change the rhythm. Some left the door open too long. That line stuck with me all day. I kept reading it over and over again, trying to figure out what it meant to leave the door open too long. What door? Was it literal? Was it something else? That night, I sat in the hallway under the attic hatch. I brought the notebook, not the house book, mine. I turned on the recorder on my phone and let it run while I sat there. No questions, no prompts, just silence, a blank space in case something filled it. For the first hour, nothing happened. But then, softly, the humming started. Same rhythm, same tone. This time it felt closer than ever, like it was sitting right above me. I didn't speak, I didn't move. Then I heard a creak, one soft board shifting. And then, my name. Not loud, not whispered, just spoken, calm, like a parent calling from the next room. I froze, my legs locked in place. My hands were gripping the notebook so hard the corners started to curl. It only said my name once, then silence again, then the humming returned. I stayed there until the sun came up. When I checked the attic that morning, the book had been moved. It was now sitting directly under the hatch right in the middle of the floor with a new page open. The entry was simple. He sat with us tonight, he heard, he stayed. That was it. No signature, no name. I still don't know who us refers to. I don't know if it means the house or the voice or whoever is leaving those notes, making the food, humming. But I do know this. I was not alone anymore. And maybe I never had been. Maybe the house had been waiting for someone to pay attention, someone to listen, someone to stop reacting, and just sit still long enough to hear what it had been trying to say. And I had done that. I had stayed. The next morning, I stayed in bed longer than usual. I didn't want to get up. Not because I was afraid exactly. I just didn't want to find anything new. I felt like I had crossed into a quiet agreement with the house, and if I kept the rhythm slow, maybe things would stop shifting so suddenly. But eventually, I got up. I walked through each room slowly. Nothing was out of place. No new items in the fridge. No pages added to the house book. The humming was gone. The air felt still, almost expectant, like something was waiting for me to react. I didn't. I made coffee. I sat in the same chair I always did. I opened my notebook and just started writing. Not about the changes, not about the attic. I wrote about old memories, places I had lived before, apartments where things never quite fit right. A dorm room in college, where the closet door never stayed closed, no matter how many times I pushed it shut. A short-term rental I stayed in for 3 months that always smelled like lavender, even though I never used anything scented. I don't know why I wrote those things down. It just felt important, like maybe I had missed the earlier signs, like the house had been echoing toward me for longer than I thought, and I had not heard it clearly until now. Around mid-afternoon, I checked the attic again. The book was still there, right under the hatch where I had left it. I stood on the ladder and read the last few entries again, just to be sure I hadn't imagined them. He sat with us tonight, he heard, he stayed. Still there, pencil slightly smudged from my fingers the night before. I finally picked the book up and brought it down. I don't know if that was the right move. I placed it on the coffee table again, flipped a few pages ahead and found something new. Another list. This one shorter. Only 4 names. My name was the last one on it. Next to each name was a date. The first three were old, one from 20 years ago, one from 8, one from just last year. Next to my name was a blank space. No date, no mark. I stared at that for a long time. I started thinking about the others again, the ones mentioned in earlier entries, the people who had lived in this house before me, or maybe stayed in it. I still don't know if those names were tenants, guests, or something else entirely. I did some digging that night, looked up the property history. The records were thin, just a few names listed over the past 50 years. Not unusual, but somehow that felt like part of the problem. Too neat, too quiet. I found one name that matched the list, a woman who had owned the house in the late 90s. No online presence, no obituary, nothing beyond a single line in a scanned deed transfer. The trail just stopped. The more I looked, the more I realized this house had gaps, holes where there should have been information, notes, paper trails, but there was nothing, just silence. Around midnight, the humming started again. This time it was slower, almost soft enough to mistake for a low fan or a faraway radio, but it was the same pitch, the same rhythm. I didn't sit in the hallway this time. I stayed on the couch. I opened the house book again and found a fresh entry already written, though I had not heard anyone moving. It just appeared. He is learning the shape of stillness. I didn't know what that meant, but I felt it. I had stopped reacting. I had stopped resisting. I had stopped treating the house like it was broken. And in return, the house had started speaking more clearly. That same night, something new appeared on the kitchen table. A folded piece of paper, thicker than the ones used for the other notes. This one was a different kind of paper, smooth, clean, like resume paper. Inside was a map. It was hand-drawn, a layout of my house, rooms labeled in pencil, not the way I label them, not bedroom or bathroom. They had other names. The room I slept in was labeled Chamber of Delay. The kitchen was called the Offering Place. The hallway was the Listening Path. The attic had no label. There was a small symbol drawn over the attic space, a circle with a line through it. At the bottom of the page, in the corner, was one sentence. Every rhythm ends in stillness. I placed the map next to the house book. That night I did not check the cameras. I didn't need to. I already knew what they would not show. The next morning I woke up feeling different, not well rested, not exactly calm but focused, like I had reached the edge of something and needed to make a choice. I opened the fridge. It was full again. This time the items were different, more familiar. Toasted bread slices wrapped in wax paper, a jar of peanut butter with my old brand from years ago, the one that had been discontinued, a small thermos of black coffee already warm to the touch. Everything was arranged neatly, with care. I sat down at the table and ate. It felt like an offering. Not to me, from me. Like the house had taken something I didn't realize I was willing to give and had made a space for it. I didn't question it. I just let the rhythm keep going. I didn't know what came next, not exactly, but I had already stayed longer than the others, and the house knew that. It had written me in. The day it stopped completely. No warning, no message, just silence. I woke up to the same room, same light coming through the blinds, same blanket half kicked off the bed, but I knew before I even stood up that something had changed. The air didn't feel pressed down anymore. The humming, which had always lingered like a hum in the pipes or a memory in my ears, was just gone. Not faded, gone, like it had never been there to begin with. The fridge was empty again. The book was gone. So was the map. I searched every room. I checked the attic. I moved boxes, reached into the insulation, tapped on every beam. Nothing, not even dust out of place, just a normal attic. Still, quiet, untouched. It wasn't just that the items were gone. The feeling had shifted. The rhythm I had been living with, the strange heartbeat of the house, had stopped. And I was still here. That was the strangest part. I had been half convinced this story would end with me disappearing, or going mad, or being absorbed into whatever force had been watching me. But instead, I was standing in my kitchen, fully awake, perfectly sane, and completely alone. I kept waiting for something to come back, a note, a voice, the creak of a board in the hallway. I even set the cameras up again, watched the feeds late at night, just in case something returned. But they stayed empty. I made my coffee, ate real food again, went outside for the first time in weeks without feeling like I was stepping away from something unfinished. I even slept through the night. No dreams, no shadows. At first, I thought maybe I had passed a test, that I had survived something, endured it long enough to be released. But the more I sat with that idea, the more wrong it felt. It hadn't been a test. It had been a process. And it was over. I still don't know what exactly it was, not in any concrete way, but I know what I saw, what I felt, what I experienced. I lived inside a pattern that reshaped my understanding of space, time, and presence. I was part of something, briefly, fully, quietly. And then it moved on. I checked the attic hatch one last time about a week later. There was a faint fingerprint on the underside. Just one, smudged, too small to be mine. I didn't clean it. I just let it be. I started going outside more, seeing friends again. I even stayed over at Kayla's place for a weekend. She didn't ask too many questions. She could tell something had lifted. At one point she turned to me and said, "You look clear." It was the right word, not happy, not relieved, just clear. I didn't explain the details to her, not because I didn't trust her, but because I didn't think it would translate. This wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't a haunting. It wasn't about fear. It was about proximity to something I still don't have a name for. She let it be, and so did I. I kept the house. I thought about selling it. I even met with a realtor once. But walking through it again with someone else pointing at things and asking questions felt wrong. I realized I didn't want to leave it behind. Because the house had changed me. Or maybe just revealed something that was already there. I think about that a lot now. How much of us is built by what we live around, what we listen to, what we let in, and how quiet that process can be. I found a new notebook recently. It was sitting on the back steps when I got home from work, wrapped in brown paper, unlabeled. Inside were blank pages. Just that. No names. No notes. No maps. But the paper felt familiar. Same thickness, same slight texture, same faint pencil scent. I haven't written in it yet. It doesn't feel like mine to write in. Not yet. I leave it on the coffee table, the same place the old book used to sit, and every now and then I flip it open to a random page, still blank, always blank. But I check anyway, because I know how this works now. If something changes, it won't be loud. It will be subtle. A new smell in the hallway. A plate turned half an inch to the left. A name added at the edge of the page. I don't fear it anymore. Whatever lived here, or passed through here, or spoke through walls and silence and humming, it did not want to hurt me. It wanted to make space. And in return, I made space back. I live quietly now, more intentionally. I clean the floors more often. I open the blinds every morning, even if I don't feel like it. I make tea, even if I don't drink it. Sometimes I leave the back door open for a few minutes longer than I need to. Not to invite something in, just in case someone is listening. Because I think maybe that's what the house needed all along. Someone to notice, to stay long enough to learn its rhythm, to live differently, as the note once said. I understand that now, and I think that's why it left. Because it didn't need to stay once it was understood. I don't expect it to return. But if it does, I'll be ready. Not to run, not to fight, just to listen, to sit still, and pay attention. I never thought I'd be one of those people, the kind who posts late at night on some random forum saying, "Hey, I think I saw something." I always figured if something weird happened, I'd keep it to myself, or maybe tell a friend over a beer. But here I am, typing this out in the middle of the night, because I honestly don't know what else to do. It started like a regular night. I live alone in a small house, just outside a town you probably haven't heard of. It's rural Pennsylvania. Forests, farmland, the occasional two-lane road that goes nowhere in particular. My neighbors are a few acres away in either direction, and when it gets dark out here, it gets really dark. No city lights, no traffic sounds, just crickets and wind. That night I couldn't sleep, not unusual for me. I get bouts of insomnia every now and then. Usually I'll sit out on the back porch with a blanket, maybe a mug of tea if I'm feeling restless. Sometimes I'll just listen to the woods. I know it sounds weird, but it's peaceful, familiar, like a quiet that knows you. So I was sitting there, just staring off toward the tree line. There's a small stretch of forest that borders the property. Nothing too dense. You can see straight through to the other side in daylight. But at night, it just turns into this solid wall of black. I was sitting there for maybe 20 minutes, just spacing out, when I saw it. A light. At first I thought it was a plane, maybe one of those medevac helicopters that sometimes cuts across the valley, but it was too low, way too low. It was just above the tree line, maybe 30 or 40 feet up, gliding smoothly from left to right, and it was completely silent. No rotors, no engine noise, not even the whoosh of wind. Just this huge, soft, white glow, like someone had taken a full moon and dipped it in fog. It wasn't casting a beam either, not like a flashlight or a car headlight. The light didn't spill, it just glowed, like the thing was lit from inside, and the light had nowhere else to go. I stood up and walked to the edge of the porch, tried to focus my eyes. It wasn't moving fast, but it wasn't slow either. Just steady, smooth. Almost like it was being pulled by something invisible. And here's where it started getting weird. My dog Max didn't react at all. Now, Max is not some lazy old mutt. He's a shepherd mix. Sharp ears, big bark. He usually loses his mind over the sound of airplanes, raccoons, even falling branches. But while I'm standing there, staring at this glowing thing in the sky, Max is asleep in his dog bed just inside the screen door. Not a twitch, not even a head tilt. I called his name, soft at first, then a little louder. He didn't stir. I looked back up. The light had stopped. Dead still, hanging there above the trees, just pulsing slightly, not blinking, not flashing, just breathing. That's the only way I can describe it. The way the light shifted, it felt like it had rhythm, like something alive was keeping time. I pulled out my phone to try and record it. The screen was black. I mean, it was on, but the camera wouldn't focus. I tapped the screen, adjusted the brightness, even flipped the camera a few times. Nothing, just a blur of noise and pixelated garbage. And the weird thing is, the rest of the yard looked fine. Porch lights, fence, even the tree trunks all showed up, just not the light. I gave up after a minute and just watched. It stayed there for maybe 30 seconds. Could have been longer, but time got slippery. I remember feeling like I couldn't move, but not in a scary way. More like I was being told not to. Like everything in me went still because whatever this was didn't want to be interrupted. Then, without warning, it shot straight up. Not diagonally, not fading into the distance. Straight up. Gone. No sound, no wind, just nothing. Like a hole had opened and swallowed it. I stood there for a long time after that, just staring at the sky. It was empty. Stars above, trees below, nothing in between. I could hear the crickets again. I looked down at Max, still sleeping, still undisturbed. Eventually I went inside, locked the doors without really thinking about it, not because I felt in danger, but because something in me said that was the right thing to do. I sat on the couch with the lights off and tried to process it. Every logical part of me tried to explain it away. Weather balloon, drone, reflection. But it wasn't any of those things. I've lived out here long enough to know what a drone looks and sounds like. I've seen weather balloons. This was different. It wasn't just the lack of sound. It was the way it felt. It felt like it saw me. Like it knew I was there, and it let me see it. That's the part I can't shake. It didn't make a mistake. It didn't slip up and let itself be noticed. It let me watch. And now, I can't stop wondering why. Why me? Why then? Why here? I keep thinking about the light, the way it hovered, the way it pulsed, like it was waiting for something, or someone. I haven't told anyone in person yet, not because I'm scared they'll think I'm crazy, but because I still don't know what I'd even say. Hey, I saw something that wasn't supposed to be there, and it looked right through me. What do you even do with that? I didn't sleep at all. The sun's coming up now. I made coffee but haven't touched it. Max is finally awake, acting normal, wagging his tail, waiting for breakfast. Like none of it happened. But it did. And I think it's only the beginning. The next day felt wrong from the moment I opened my eyes. I don't mean dramatic wrong, like a horror movie or some eerie omen, just off. Like my body had skipped a beat overnight and was still trying to catch up. I got out of bed slow, even though I hadn't really slept. More like I drifted in and out of shallow dreams that kept looping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that light again, not in the sky, but in my house, pulsing behind the windows, waiting. Max was acting normal, which somehow made things worse. I kept checking him for anything strange, eyes, ears, behavior, but he was just the same happy dog he always was. That should have calmed me down, but it didn't. If anything, it made me feel like I was losing it a little. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and stared at the tree line. Same view, same breeze through the leaves. No glowing objects, no strange hum, no sense of being watched. Just morning sun and bird song, but my mind wouldn't settle. I kept thinking back to the exact moment when it shot upward, how clean that movement had been. There wasn't even a visual trail. 1 second it was there, then gone. I went back inside and opened my phone. Still no good footage. The video I'd taken was pure black, like the sensor didn't even register light. I took a few photos during the day just to make sure the camera still worked. It did. Everything else showed up fine. Porch lights, Max, even my reflection in the screen. But that night, just static. Around noon, I decided to drive into town, maybe pick up some groceries, maybe talk to a few people casually. I wasn't planning on bringing it up directly, just testing the waters, seeing if anyone else felt weird or had noticed something unusual. The grocery store was as normal as ever, same cashier with the oversized glasses, same old guy in the corner reading magazines without buying any. I made small talk while bagging my stuff. "Anything weird going on last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She shrugged and said not that she knew of, just the usual power flickers. I froze for a second. "Power flickers?" I asked. "Yeah," she said, "right around 2 in the morning. Everything blinked out for a second. Came right back, though. Thought it was just one of those rolling outages." I didn't say anything else, just nodded and paid, but my brain was already spinning. I hadn't noticed any flicker. Then again, I'd been outside and the lights inside were off. Still, something about that detail stuck with me. Power doesn't just blink out in these parts without reason. We're not on a fragile grid. Things here are usually steady, even in storms. On the way back home, I decided to take the long way. There's an old back road that runs past the ridge above my property. It's not paved well, mostly gravel and packed dirt, but from up there you can see down over the tree line where the thing had hovered. I parked near the overlook and just sat there for a while, trying to make sense of what had happened. I kept replaying it in my head, over and over. The size of the light, the way it moved, how it just seemed to glide without effort. Then I realized something I hadn't thought of before: the trees. I never heard them move. That might not sound strange if you've never lived in the woods, but when something big moves low over a tree line, you hear it. Branches rustle, leaves shift, sometimes even snap. But that night, it had been dead quiet. The trees didn't move, not a single one. That light had hovered just feet above them, and the leaves hadn't reacted at all. I don't know why, but that realization made my skin crawl. I got out of the truck and walked to the edge of the ridge, looked down across the tops of the trees, trying to pinpoint where it had stopped. It was hard to say exactly. Everything looked so normal now. Just green and brown, and the occasional sway of wind. Still, something tugged at me, a kind of pull, subtle but insistent. I ended up walking down the slope, careful not to lose my footing. There's a narrow deer trail that leads into the woods from the bottom of the ridge, and I figured if I followed it just a bit, I might find something. Burn marks, broken branches, anything that might back up what I'd seen. After maybe 20 minutes of walking, I came to a small clearing. I didn't remember being there before. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a single-room cabin, but the ground looked disturbed. Not dug up, but tamped down, flattened, and the grass in the middle was wrong. It wasn't burned, just faded, almost bleached. I knelt down and ran my fingers over it. The soil felt warm, not hot, just warmer than it should have been for a shaded patch of forest. I didn't have a thermometer or anything, but I trust my gut, and my gut was telling me this place hadn't been like this yesterday. Then I noticed something else. The birds were quiet. Not gone, just silent. It wasn't until I started walking back that the unease really set in. I kept feeling like I was being watched, not stalked, not hunted, just observed. Like something was taking notes on me as I moved. I glanced over my shoulder more times than I care to admit. Nothing was there. No animals, no people, no sounds. When I finally made it back to the truck, I realized I had no memory of the walk uphill. I must have done it on autopilot, but that blank spot in my memory hit me like a wave. It was just 10 minutes, maybe 15, but I couldn't recall a single detail of it. No thoughts, no sounds, just a void. I drove home with the windows down, trying to shake the feeling. The wind helped a little, but I kept glancing at the sky, looking for something. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I fed Max, made dinner, tried to watch a movie, but none of it stuck. My thoughts kept circling back to that light, that field, the missing chunk of time. And now, sitting here again at night, typing this, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I didn't just see something. Maybe I was part of it. And if that's true, then I'm not sure it's over. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that field, not how it looked, but how it felt, the silence, the way the air seemed to press inward. I kept hearing that soft, invisible hum that hadn't really been there, but also somehow had. I kept seeing the trees, standing completely still under the glow. And I kept seeing Max, asleep when he shouldn't have been. That detail still nags at me more than any other. Max barks at wind. He howls at the sound of a raccoon brushing the fence. But not that night. That night, he slept like he had been switched off. Around 3 a.m, I gave up trying to rest and sat back on the porch. The stars were out, scattered and sharp. No planes, no lights, just open sky. I didn't know what I was hoping to see. Maybe the light again, maybe proof that I hadn't imagined it, But the night just sat there, quiet and wide, pretending to be normal. I stayed outside until the sun came up. That morning, I decided I needed to talk to someone, not a friend or a neighbor, someone who might actually understand. I thought about calling the sheriff's office, but what was I going to say? Hey, I saw a silent glowing object float above my yard and my dog didn't bark. They'd either laugh or ask if I'd been drinking. I hadn't, not a drop. I needed someone else. Someone who might have seen what I saw. So I posted online. I found a forum that talked about sightings, not the crazy ones, not the ones where every paragraph is full of capital letters and words like portal and starseed. Just regular people describing strange things in the sky. I made an account and typed out what had happened. I kept it simple, clean, no big claims, just the facts, the light, the silence, the sudden upward movement, and Max. The post went up around noon. I walked away from the computer after that. Didn't want to sit there hitting refresh. I mowed the lawn, did dishes, swept the garage for no reason. I just needed to move. By early evening, I had a few replies. Most were polite, curious. Some said it was probably a drone or a blimp. One guy even suggested it was a weather phenomenon, something about ball lightning. But two comments stood out. One was from a woman who said she lived about 20 miles south of me. She had seen something similar around the same time, just a glow, moving without sound. She didn't record it. Her power went out right as it passed over her barn. The second comment was shorter. They watch from stillness. That was all it said. No follow-up, no name, just that line. I read it 10 times. It sounded poetic, but it hit me like a gut punch. I thought about the field, the light hovering, the way it didn't make a sound. It didn't move like anything with rotors or engines. It didn't even move like a balloon. It moved with purpose, with awareness. I went back out that night, same spot on the porch, same stars overhead, but now I couldn't relax. Every small sound made me sit up straight. Every breeze in the trees made me think I was about to see it again, but it never came. Just hours of waiting under a sky that didn't care. The next morning I called the electric company, told them I was checking on a recent outage in the area. The woman on the phone said they hadn't recorded any widespread issues, but she paused when I mentioned the time. 2 in the morning, right? Yeah, I said. Why? She said a few people in a scattered area had called in around that time. Lights flickered, phones stopped charging, all small stuff, but it happened close together, like a spike. I asked if that was normal. She said not really. Then she laughed and said, unless the aliens were playing with the switches again. She was joking, but my skin prickled. I started going through old notebooks. I've kept journals over the years, mostly boring stuff. Notes about home repairs, when I got new tires, reminders to get the gutters cleaned. But in the back of one, I found something strange, a short entry from 3 years ago. Woke up at 3:21 a.m. All the lights in the house were on, front door wide open, Max outside, staring at the sky, no memory of getting up. That's all it said. I had no memory of writing it. And I don't remember that night at all. I stared at that page for a long time. The handwriting was mine, no doubt about it. But the event? Nothing. like someone cut a few minutes out of my life and forgot to glue them back in. That's when I started thinking that maybe this wasn't the first time. Maybe I just hadn't been awake for the others. I went out to the clearing again, took my camera, brought a compass too, just to see if anything would happen. The grass was still pale in the middle, like it had been drained of color. The soil still felt warmer than the ground around it, though less so than the last time. I tried taking photos. They came out fine. Then I set the compass in the center of the clearing. The needle twitched, not a little, a full wobble. It spun slowly for a few seconds, then settled on north, then spun again. I watched it do this 4 times before it finally stilled. I didn't touch it, just walked away. Back at the house, I sat on the porch again, and for the first time, I said the word out loud. Alien. It felt strange, too big, too dramatic, but what else could it be? I didn't want it to be that. I wanted a logical answer, a military test, a power anomaly, a drone with weird tech, something human. But it didn't feel human. I don't think a machine hovers in silence above trees with a light that doesn't shine. I don't think a machine makes your dog sleep when he should bark. I don't think a machine causes memory gaps in warm ground and a compass that can't decide where north is. So maybe it wasn't a machine. Maybe it wasn't a what at all. Maybe it was a who. And maybe it's been here longer than we've been watching. I didn't tell anyone in town. I thought about it. Thought about walking into the diner, grabbing coffee, and easing into a conversation with one of the locals. Maybe one of the older guys who still remembered what stars looked like before satellite clusters filled the sky. But something stopped me. It wasn't just fear of sounding crazy. It was deeper than that. I started to feel like talking about it out loud might somehow invite it back. Like the more attention I gave it, the more real it would become. Instead, I focused on the clearing. I went back every day for almost a week, brought different tools each time. A cheap EMF reader I picked up online, a soil thermometer, a journal. The readings didn't make sense. The EMF meter spiked randomly in the center of the circle, then went quiet like nothing happened. The soil thermometer showed temperatures 4 to 5 degrees higher than the surrounding ground. But only in the center, and only for short periods. It would drop back to normal within minutes, as if something invisible came and went while I wasn't looking. The weirdest part was the wind. There was none. Every time I stood in that clearing, the air went still. Not a single leaf moved. The birds didn't sing. Even Max, when I brought him along, would freeze at the edge of the tree line and refuse to step any closer. He wasn't scared, not exactly, just cautious. Alert, like he was standing at the edge of something he didn't understand. One afternoon, I brought a folding chair and just sat there for an hour, listening, waiting. About 30 minutes in, I started to feel wrong. It's hard to describe. Not dizzy, not sick. Just like I didn't fully belong in my own body. My thoughts slowed down. My hands felt heavier. My chest buzzed with something like static. Not loud, but definitely there. I tried to write in my notebook, but couldn't hold the pen steady. My fingers kept twitching. Then it stopped. Just like that, the feeling lifted, the buzzing vanished, and everything went back to normal. I walked home in silence, trying to shake the sensation. That night, I dreamed of the clearing, except it wasn't empty. In the dream, there was something in the middle. Not a ship, not a being, just a presence. A tall shape, blurry at the edges, pulsing with that same white light I'd seen over the trees. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there, watching. When I woke up, my hands were dirty, like I'd been digging. I ran outside in my pajamas, barefoot, not caring about the cold or the wet grass. I ran to the clearing and found a spot near the center where the ground had been disturbed, just slightly. Like someone had pressed down into the dirt with their palm. There was nothing inside the imprint, just soil, but it matched the size of a human hand, fingers outstretched, not mine. I didn't sleep the next night. I sat by the window instead, watching the woods. No lights appeared, no strange sounds, just the steady rhythm of a quiet forest doing what it always did. By the third day, I started writing everything down, not just the facts, but the thoughts, the weird emotions that would wash over me out of nowhere, a sudden urge to go outside at midnight, a strange calm that would hit me in the middle of the day. I began to wonder if whatever I saw that night didn't just vanish. Maybe it left something behind. That idea scared me more than anything else, because it meant this wasn't just an encounter. It was a connection. I tested it once, stood in the clearing at exactly 2 a.m, the same time I'd seen the light. I didn't bring my phone, didn't bring any tools, just me and the night. I stood there for 10 minutes. Nothing happened. Then the wind stopped. Not slowed down, stopped. The trees around me went still. The air became thick, heavy. The silence pressed into my ears like deep water. I couldn't hear my own breathing. Then I felt it again. That presence. Not in front of me this time, behind. I turned around slowly, heart pounding. There was nothing there. No shapes, no shadows, just empty woods. But my body knew something was there. Every nerve in me lit up. I wanted to run, but I couldn't, not out of fear, because part of me wanted to stay. Then it ended. The wind returned. A breeze brushed through the branches. An owl hooted in the distance. It was like someone had lifted a curtain I didn't know was there. I walked home without looking back. That was the last time I went to the clearing. At least for now. I spent the next few days trying to live normally. Grocery runs, cleaning the house, watching old movies I'd seen 100 times. But there was always something beneath it all. A sense that I'd been marked in some way, not branded, not tracked, just seen and remembered. I started checking the forums again, reading new posts. A few people said they'd seen similar lights. Most were scattered across different states, a couple in Canada. One guy from Maine said he found a circle in his field just like mine. No burn marks, just pale grass and still air. His power had also blinked out for a few seconds. Another message came from someone nearby. Not exact, but close. A town about an hour west. They described seeing a non-directional light hovering low, completely silent. Same night, same time. They also mentioned losing time, about 20 minutes gone, unaccounted for. I sent them a message, still waiting on a reply. That's where I'm at now. Writing this, trying to make sense of something that doesn't seem interested in being understood. Because that's the thing that keeps eating at me. This wasn't a one-off. It wasn't some strange weather balloon or military test or satellite trick of the light. This was real. And I think it's still happening. Not just to me. Not just here. I don't know what they are. But I think they've been here longer than we think. And I don't think they ever really leave. I started noticing patterns. It happened slowly, like I was piecing together a puzzle I didn't know I was building. At first it was little things. Static on the radio when I drove past the ridge above the clearing. Street lights flickering out when I walked Max late at night, always the same two near the intersection. My phone would randomly reboot when I tried to open the weather app, and it wasn't just glitches. I started seeing the number 321 everywhere. Clocks, receipts. My oven timer reset itself to 3:21 one afternoon, blinking like I'd set it on purpose. That was the same time I wrote down in the journal entry from years ago, the one I had no memory of, the one where I woke up with the front door open. Maybe none of it means anything, but maybe it all does. The person from the nearby town finally replied to my message. Their name was Jamie. We exchanged a few emails. Jamie was older, retired, lived on a farm about an hour and 15 minutes west of me. She said she had never really believed in any of this stuff before. Never watched the documentaries, never read about encounters. But after that night, she couldn't stop thinking about what she saw. Her story matched mine almost exactly. A silent, glowing object hovering low above her field. No sound, no flashing lights, just a soft, steady pulse like it was breathing. Her animals stayed quiet the whole time. No barking, no howling. She said even the cows didn't move, which struck her as strange because they usually freaked out over anything unfamiliar. Then she mentioned something else. About a week before the sighting, she started waking up at exactly 3:21 every morning. Not because of a sound, not because of a nightmare. Just suddenly wide awake, like her body knew something her mind didn't. I asked if she'd had any other strange experiences. Dreams, maybe. Missing time. She hesitated, then said yes. She'd had a dream the night before the sighting. Said she saw herself standing in the middle of her field, barefoot, looking up at the sky. In the dream, the stars weren't where they should be. They were moving, shifting into shapes she didn't recognize, and then a light came down, not blinding, just present. She felt warmth, not heat, more like a pressure in her chest. And then she woke up. I told her about the clearing, about the handprint in the soil, and the feeling of being watched. She didn't laugh, didn't doubt. She just said, "I think they're waking us up." That line stuck with me. That night, I sat on my porch with a notepad in my lap, trying to write it all down. Not for the internet, not for a forum, just for myself. I wanted to get it all out of my head and onto something real. Something I could hold. Halfway through writing, my porch light blinked once and went out. Then my phone buzzed even though it was on silent. I picked it up and saw a new notification. Camera detected motion. I had forgotten I'd set up one of those trail cams near the clearing. It was a cheap one, barely had night vision. I'd set it low on a tree trunk, just as an experiment. I had only checked the card once before and found nothing but deer and shadows. But now it had triggered. I opened the app. No live feed, just a frozen image. A shape. I don't know how to describe it without sounding like I'm making it up. It wasn't humanoid. but it wasn't totally foreign either. The shape was tall, narrow, and blurred at the edges. The camera hadn't focused properly, or maybe it had, and the thing just didn't want to be seen clearly. There was a faint glow around it, the same kind of light I remembered from the original sighting. Soft, white, contained. The image had been taken at exactly 3:21 in the morning. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel anything really, just numb, like my mind had stepped back and let the rest of me process what it couldn't handle. Eventually, I downloaded the image, put it on a USB stick, and locked it away in a drawer. I didn't want to look at it again. The next day, I drove out to the clearing. The air felt heavy before I even stepped out of the truck. Max refused to leave the vehicle. He just sat there, ears down, tail still. I walked into the woods alone. The clearing hadn't changed. The grass in the center was still pale, the soil still warmer than the rest. But something else was there now. A small pile of stones. Not natural. Stacked. 5 flat rocks, placed carefully in the center, each one slightly smaller than the one beneath it. Balanced, deliberate. I hadn't built it. I hadn't seen anyone else out there. No tire tracks. No footprints, just that pile. I didn't touch it. I walked around it once, slowly, keeping my distance. Then I left. That evening, I sat by the fireplace and stared at the blank TV screen. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want noise. I just wanted stillness. But even in the quiet, I felt it. That same presence. Not threatening, not close, just watching. Jamie messaged again. Said she'd had another dream. This time she saw multiple lights, all lined up across the sky, forming a perfect triangle. She said it didn't feel like a warning. It felt like an invitation. She asked me if I'd go back to the clearing at 3:21 and see what happened. I haven't answered her yet. I don't know what I'll do. But I think something's building. Something deliberate. And whatever it is, I don't think it's random. I think they're choosing. And somehow, I think I've already been chosen. I didn't sleep the night before. I tried. I really did. I laid in bed with the lights off, the window open just enough to let in the breeze. Max curled up beside me like usual, but my mind wouldn't slow down. Every minute dragged like an hour, each one inching closer to the time I'd promised myself I would finally go back. 3:21. That was the time. The number that kept following me, showing up on clocks and screens and receipts. The number written into that old journal entry I couldn't remember writing. It felt like a door. Not a metaphorical one. A real one. And I was finally ready to open it. At 3 o'clock, I got up, dressed quietly, and grabbed the flashlight. I didn't bring my phone, didn't bring a camera. I didn't want to record anything. I just wanted to be present. Max watched me from the doorway as I laced up my boots, but he didn't try to follow. It's like he knew this wasn't something he was supposed to be part of. The night was cold and sharp. Stars hung over the trees like pinholes in the sky. Everything around me felt alive, not loud but attentive, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I took the old deer trail out to the clearing. My boots crunched the underbrush. The flashlight stayed off. I didn't need it. The path was muscle memory now. When I reached the edge of the trees, I stopped. The clearing looked the same, still, pale in the middle, but the air was thick, heavier than it should have been. It didn't feel oppressive, just full, like something was waiting. The pile of rocks was still there in the center, 5 stones stacked with care. I hadn't touched them since I found them. I checked the old watch on my wrist. 3:20. 1 minute. I stepped into the clearing and stood in the center, right next to the stones. I didn't speak, didn't move. I just breathed and listened. The moment the watch ticked over to 3:21, everything stopped. No wind, no night sounds, no heartbeat in my ears, just a total, weightless stillness. Then the light came. Not from above, from everywhere. It didn't blind me, it surrounded me, a soft white glow that didn't cast shadows. It didn't burn, it didn't buzz, it just was. The same light I'd seen above the trees that night, but this time I was inside it, wrapped in it. It felt like being submerged without water. And then I saw them. Not people, not exactly. Shapes. Tall, narrow, shimmering at the edges like heat waves. Not solid, but not empty. I couldn't see faces, couldn't see hands, but I felt presence, intelligence, not cold. Not warm either, just curious, observing. They didn't move toward me, they didn't make a sound, but I felt them speak, not in words but in emotion, a deep, calm resonance that filled my chest like music I couldn't hear. And then I felt the question. Not asked with language, just placed inside me. Are you ready? I didn't answer out loud, I just thought it. Yes. The moment I thought it, everything changed. The light shifted, warmer now. The air grew dense again. I could feel something pressing into me, not physically, but through memory. Flashes of my life played behind my eyes, my childhood. My parents, the night Max came home for the first time, all of it unspooling like film. I didn't feel judged, just known. Then I saw things I couldn't explain. Not memories, not mine. Endless black skies filled with color that doesn't exist here. Massive, impossible shapes floating through space like thoughts. A planet made of crystal, a structure hanging over a storm like a crown. Lights dancing between trees with purpose, with pattern, not chaos, not accident. Everything was deliberate. Everything was connected. I felt something settle inside me then, not knowledge exactly, not a revelation, just understanding. Like a missing part of me had been returned, and now I could finally remember how things were always meant to be. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been seconds, could have been years, but slowly the light began to fade, not away, just back, like it was retreating behind a veil. And as it did, the shapes vanished too, one by one, not in fear, in peace. I blinked, and the clearing was normal again, stars above, cool air on my face, the pile of stones still stacked neatly at my feet. But I was different. I could feel it in my bones. I walked home slowly. The trees no longer felt like trees. The night no longer felt like night. Everything was the same, but also more real, more awake. Like I'd been looking at the world through a fogged window, and someone had finally wiped it clean. Max greeted me at the door, tail wagging, calm. I sat on the porch with him and waited for the sun to rise. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, the number has stopped appearing. The power hasn't flickered once. The clearing feels empty now. Not abandoned. Completed. Jamie messaged me a few days later, said she hadn't had any more dreams, said the triangle lights hadn't returned. I asked her if she felt different. She said yes. She couldn't explain it either. We didn't talk about it again. I still go for walks in the woods. I still live the same quiet life in the same quiet house. But I see things differently now. The patterns in the trees, the way light moves across the sky. The stillness that used to scare me now feels like a welcome. I don't tell people about it, not because I'm afraid they won't believe me, but because they don't need to. This wasn't about proving anything. It was about remembering. Remembering that we're not alone. That maybe we never were. And that sometimes, when the timing is right and the silence is deep enough, something will look back. Not to hurt, not to take, but to remind us that we are seen, that we are part of something far older and wider than we've been told. And that sometimes, if you stand still in just the right spot, they'll let you feel it for yourself. I don't need more answers. Not anymore. I was there. And that's enough. This was supposed to be one of those solo resets, the kind where you disappear into the woods for a few days and come back clear-headed, full of fresh air and tired legs. I had been working too much, sleeping too little, and everything in my life had started to feel like white noise. I needed to unplug. So I packed light, just the basics: tent, food, thermal gear, water purifier. I found a trailhead up in Vermont, just a little ways past where the seasonal traffic usually dies off. Not fully backcountry, but not exactly a family-friendly loop either. A lot of locals know about it, but it is not a tourist hotspot. That was the appeal. I arrived just before noon and hiked in for a few hours. Nothing too serious. The trail was damp from recent rain, but not muddy. I picked a campsite not far from a small stream, tucked between some spruce trees. It felt private but not claustrophobic. I set up the tent, unpacked, and cooked a small dinner over the camp stove. The usual stuff. It felt good. I even remember thinking that it was too quiet, not in a creepy way, just in the sense that I had forgotten how much noise the world makes until it all stops. There were no cars, no phones, no humming appliances, just the wind and the trees and the occasional bird making itself known. I went to sleep around 10. It was cold enough to bundle up, but not freezing. I had the rain fly on and my pack zipped up inside the tent with me. I must have dozed off fast because I do not remember tossing or turning. Then I woke up. It was still dark. I did not check the time, but it felt like deep night, the kind where everything is still, except it wasn't. I heard something outside the tent. At first, it sounded like footsteps, very light ones, soft crunching in the leaves. My first thought was deer, maybe raccoons. Animals wander through campsites all the time, especially if they smell food. But then I heard laughter. Quiet, hushed, like someone trying not to be heard and not succeeding. It sounded like kids. That threw me. I was deep enough in the woods that no one would be camping nearby without me knowing. I would have seen another tent. I would have heard voices earlier. This wasn't the kind of area people just stumbled into. I sat up slowly and held my breath. The laughter stopped, and then, clear as anything, I heard a voice. A child's voice. It said, "No, wait, that's," and then it said my name. Not kind of like my name, not close. It said it exactly. First name, pronounced right. I froze. Not out of some dramatic fear, just completely locked up, like my brain couldn't decide what to do. I didn't even reach for anything. I just sat there in the dark, listening. I didn't hear anything after that. No more laughter, no footsteps, no whispers. Eventually, I must have passed out again. I don't remember lying down. I just remember blinking, and suddenly it was light outside. The sun was up. Birds were making noise again. Everything felt normal, but my chest was tight and my back hurt from the way I had slept, curled up and stiff. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, already trying to convince myself I had dreamed the whole thing. Maybe I had woken up halfway from a nightmare and my brain filled in the rest. Then I saw the handprints. There were dozens of them, small, clearly from children, pressed into the soft dirt around the tent, all sides, some overlapping, some right near the entrance flap. They were not adult hands. I could tell by the spacing and the length of the fingers, too small, too round. I stared at them for a long time, not touching anything, just counting them and trying to figure out how they got there. That is when I noticed the photograph. It was sitting just inside the edge of the tent flap, like it had been slid there carefully. A Polaroid. In the photo, I was asleep in my sleeping bag, head turned to the side, completely unaware. And behind me, standing in the tent's opening, were 4 children. They looked maybe 8 to 10 years old, 2 boys, 2 girls, all pale, all wearing plain clothes, nothing weird or old-fashioned, just normal, except their expressions were off. Not smiling, not scowling, just watching. Their eyes were locked on me in the photo, not on the camera, on me. And the worst part was that the photo wasn't blurry. It wasn't grainy. It was perfectly framed, perfect lighting, like whoever took it knew exactly what they were doing, like it was staged. I sat down hard and just stared at the picture. There was no message, no mark, just the image and the handprints and the cold morning air around me. I packed up not long after that. I didn't eat. I didn't even boil water. I just shoved everything back into my pack, folded the tent with shaking hands, and got the hell out. I checked the trail 100 times on the way back, listening for movement, for voices. I didn't see anyone, not a single person the whole hike out. When I reached the lot, mine was still the only car there. That's when I knew this wasn't a prank, not some local kid sneaking around. It was something else, something that made no noise when it left, something that knew my name and knew when I was asleep. I have no explanation for it. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. I still don't talk about it in person, but I kept the Polaroid. It's in a drawer in my house, wrapped in an old towel so I don't have to look at it. But sometimes I still do. And every time those 4 faces are still watching. I kept telling myself not to overreact. That was the phrase I kept coming back to. Do not overreact. Even as I stood there holding that Polaroid and staring down at all those little handprints in the dirt, I kept hearing that voice in my head like some kind of loop. You're tired. You imagined the voice. You dreamed the laugh. The photo is weird, sure, but maybe it's a leftover from someone else's prank or art project or something. But I knew better. I have been camping alone enough times to know what the woods sound like, what normal wildlife does, what it feels like to wake up from a dream versus waking up to something outside your tent. And this wasn't a dream. I was awake. I felt the air change. I remember the way the laughter stopped the second I moved. I didn't go straight home after I hiked out. I drove for about 20 minutes until I found a gas station with a half-lit sign and a coffee machine that tasted like melted plastic. I sat in the car for a while with the Polaroid in my lap, just looking at it again. It hadn't changed. It didn't fade or warp like maybe I hoped it would. It was still clear, still perfectly composed, still showing those 4 kids behind me while I slept. I didn't know what to do with it. I thought about throwing it out, but I couldn't. Not because I wanted it, but because I needed it. Like some small part of me already knew that this was going to sit with me for a long time, that this was proof of something I couldn't explain. And if I got rid of it, I might start convincing myself it never happened. I put it in my glove compartment and didn't look at it again that day. When I got home, I didn't unpack right away. I brought everything inside but left the bag by the door. I just stood in the kitchen for a while, staring out the window above the sink, waiting for my brain to catch up with my body. It didn't. I felt like I was watching someone else's hands turn on the tap and rinse the coffee thermos, like I was floating just a few feet behind myself. That night, I locked every door and window. Not just the usual quick check. I double-checked them, touched the frames, tugged on the handles, pulled the curtains shut, and put a chair under the knob of the front door. I don't know what I thought that would accomplish. Maybe nothing. Maybe it just made me feel like I had control over something. I didn't sleep. I stayed up watching nothing videos, cooking tutorials, animal clips, a guy restoring old tools, anything that didn't involve people or forests or stories. I just needed noise. Something to crowd out my thoughts. But around 3 in the morning, something caught my attention. It was my phone. It had been sitting face down on the coffee table all night. I hadn't touched it, but now it was lit up, a notification from my photo app. I don't remember giving it permission to send alerts, but there it was. The message said, "New memory available, 1 year ago today." I opened it without thinking, still in that half-numb state where you just react without asking why. It was a picture of me on a different hike. Same time last year, I was standing at the edge of a lake, backpack on, squinting into the sun. I remember that day. It had rained early and cleared up in the afternoon. The trail had been muddy, and my boots had weighed a ton by the time I got back to the car. But I noticed something this time that I hadn't seen before. There were figures in the tree line. They were barely visible, blurry, but now that I knew what to look for, I couldn't unsee them. 4 shapes, standing close together in the shade. No movement, no faces, just outlines. Too small to be adults, I felt my stomach drop. I zoomed in until the picture blurred into pixels, but the shapes were still there. 4 kids, at a distance, watching. The photo app said it was taken at 3:27 in the afternoon. I would have been alone out there. No one else had been parked at the trailhead that day. I remember checking. I always check. I like knowing when I'm really alone. I didn't sleep after that either. I sat at the kitchen table with my phone in one hand and the Polaroid in the other, flipping between them, comparing, matching the spacing, the general height, the way they grouped themselves. It wasn't identical, but it was close enough that my brain filled in the rest. I started wondering if this wasn't the first time I had seen them. Maybe it was just the first time I noticed. The next morning I checked my car. I don't even know what I was looking for. Fingerprints maybe, scratches, dirt, anything out of place, but everything looked normal. I popped the trunk. Nothing. Opened the glove compartment. The Polaroid was still there, untouched. I stared at it again. Their clothes were still hard to place. Not modern, but not obviously old either. Just plain, like the kind of things kids wear in photos where the parents pick everything out. No logos. No prints, just solid colors. One of the boys had a red shirt, the other had blue. The girl in the middle had a white dress, and the other girl wore something darker, maybe gray. No shoes. That part I hadn't noticed the first time. None of them had shoes on. I stayed inside the rest of that day, and the next. I told work I had a cold, which wasn't really a lie. I felt sick, but not in a physical way, just off. Like I had stepped out of rhythm with the rest of the world and couldn't get back into sync. I kept the windows covered. I stopped opening the blinds. And every time I walked past the mirror, I found myself looking over my shoulder, because somewhere in the back of my mind, a question had started to form. What if they didn't follow me out of the woods? What if they were already here? By the 3rd day, I realized I hadn't really spoken to anyone. Not out loud, not even over text. I'd gone quiet without noticing, like something in me had shut a door and decided not to answer if anyone knocked. I was still eating, still drinking water, still going through the motions of being fine, but I wasn't leaving the house, not even to check the mail. I started watching the footage from my doorbell camera, not because I expected to find anything, but because it gave me something to do. It runs on motion detection, and I keep the clips saved for a week before they delete. I hadn't reviewed them since before my trip. That night, I sat down and pulled up the history, more out of curiosity than anything. Most of it was nothing. The usual: cars passing, squirrels triggering the sensor, a delivery guy dropping off a package I had forgotten I ordered. But then, buried between 2 daylight clips, was one from just after 3 in the morning, time-stamped the day I got back. The clip was short, about 20 seconds. It was triggered by motion on the porch. At first there was nothing, just the empty frame and the soft glow from the street lamp. Then, just before the clip ended, someone stepped into view. A child. Only the lower half of their body was visible. The rest was cut off by the top of the frame. They stood still for maybe 3 seconds, not moving, not knocking, not trying the door, just standing. Then they stepped backward and disappeared. I watched it 6 times. I couldn't make out their face, couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl, just bare feet, shorts, a t-shirt, and stillness. The worst part was how close they had to be for the camera to trigger. It has a short range. They would have had to walk right up to the door for it to record anything. Which means they were there, standing inches from where I was sleeping, without making a sound. That was the first time I felt scared in a way I couldn't rationalize. Before that, I could still pretend there was a logical explanation, that maybe someone was playing a prank, that the Polaroid had some other story behind it, but now someone had come to my house, not during the day, not as a joke. In the middle of the night, they stood right outside my door and did nothing. That kind of silence is not a prank. It is a message. I downloaded the clip, saved it on 2 drives, and emailed a copy to myself. I wanted it backed up somewhere, just in case. I called the non-emergency police line later that day and told them I had footage of a possible prowler. I left out the part about the forest. I just said someone had come to my porch late at night and that I felt unsafe. The officer who took my call was polite, but it was clear he had heard this kind of thing 100 times. He said they would make a note of it and told me to call back if anything else happened. That was it. I didn't sleep that night either. Instead, I sat in the living room with all the lights off, watching the front door through the window blinds. I held a flashlight in one hand and a metal baseball bat in the other. I'm not a violent person. I've never even been in a fight, but something about that silence had changed the way I thought. I didn't want answers anymore. I just didn't want them coming back. But they didn't. Not that night. The next day, I bought a new camera, one of those trail cams that hunters use. Infrared, battery-powered, no Wi-Fi. I set it up outside, angled toward the side yard. I also started leaving a light on in the front room, thinking maybe the visibility would make whoever it was think twice about coming back. That night, I slept on the couch again. In the morning, I checked the camera. It had captured motion. The timestamp was 2:17 in the morning. The clip was short, just a few seconds, but it was enough. The camera had picked up 3 children walking along the side of the house, barefoot, silent, no clear faces, just outlines. The same height range as the ones in the Polaroid. They didn't stop, they didn't turn toward the lens. They just moved along the fence line and disappeared behind the trees at the edge of the yard. The weirdest part was how they moved, not slow, not fast, just in sync, like they were used to walking in formation, like they had practiced it. I stared at the footage for a long time before I turned it off. I didn't know what to do with it anymore. Calling the police again felt pointless. They would ask the same questions. Did they knock? Did they try to get inside? Was anything damaged? No, none of that. They just came and went like shadows. That day, I stayed inside again. I pulled the shades on every window and started looking through old photos on my phone. Not the ones from the trip, not the obvious stuff. I looked at random ones. From holidays, from weekend hikes, from walks in the park, anything with trees in the background. And I started noticing things. Shapes. Not in every photo, not even most, but enough. Blurry spots where someone might have been. Patterns in the leaves that didn't match the branches. The edge of a hand in the corner of a frame. a reflection in the water that did not belong to me. I don't know what that means. I don't know if they have been following me for longer than I thought, or if I was just unlucky enough to see behind a curtain I wasn't meant to notice. But the more I looked, the more I started to believe this didn't start in Vermont. It started long before that. I just didn't know I was part of it yet. It is hard to explain how quickly normal stops feeling normal. You think it takes a big event, something dramatic or violent or obvious, but it does not. It takes just enough small, quiet moments that stack up in the back of your mind until the entire shape of your day feels wrong, and you are left wondering when your own life started feeling unfamiliar. By the end of that week, I had stopped opening the blinds during the day. I stopped checking the door when a package got dropped off. I muted my phone more often than I answered it. I wasn't hiding exactly, but I wasn't engaging with the world either, not fully. The footage from the trail cam had done something to me. Seeing those kids again, walking along my fence like they knew the route, like they belonged there, shifted something in the way I saw everything. Because it meant this wasn't just about the woods. It meant they had found me, that they had chosen not just to follow, but to let me know they had followed. I started thinking about the photo again, the Polaroid. I had moved it from the glove compartment to a drawer in the hallway. It was wrapped in a towel, tucked under a flashlight and some matches. Every few days I would take it out and look at it again just to see if it had changed somehow. It never had. Still me, asleep in my tent. Still those 4 kids standing behind me, staring down at my body like I was a display. I had not noticed this before, but in the corner of the photo, just near the tent zipper, was a small detail I had missed. A hand reaching in. Not one of the children's hands, not small like theirs. This one looked longer, older. I checked the photo at least 10 times, tracing the shape of it. It was not obvious unless you knew to look, but it was there. A pale hand holding the flap of the tent open just enough to take the picture. Someone else had been there. Someone behind the camera. I felt something go tight in my throat, like a line being pulled. Until that moment, I had been telling myself that maybe the kids were playing some kind of game, that they were just watching, just observing. But now I saw it differently. If someone else had taken the picture, then these kids were not alone. Someone was directing them, or leading them, or worse, using them. That night I slept with the lights on. I went back to the trail cam the next morning and moved it. I placed it lower, facing toward the opposite side of the yard. I added a second one, tucked under the stairs by the back door. I also bought one of those small battery-powered alarms that chime when they detect motion, and stuck it near the kitchen window. None of it made me feel safe, but it gave me a structure. A way to feel like I was responding instead of just waiting. 2 nights later, the alarm went off. It was subtle, just a soft chime that repeated twice. I was half asleep on the couch when I heard it. At first I thought it was a dream, but when I sat up and listened, I knew it was real. I grabbed the flashlight and checked the window. No one was there. I checked the back door, still locked. The trail cams were still running. When I pulled the memory card from the camera by the stairs, I felt my hands shaking a little. I waited until morning to check the footage. I wanted daylight. I wanted birds chirping and the sound of garbage trucks passing before I opened that file. The clip started slow, shadows, movement just at the edge of the frame. Then one of them stepped into full view. A child, same height, same bare feet. This time they were facing the camera. I paused the video. Their eyes were wide, not scared, not curious, just wide, like they had been that way too long. Their mouth was slightly open, but not like they were breathing, just hanging open. Like the face was stuck that way. Their skin looked too pale under the camera light, almost reflective, like they were made of something thinner than skin should be. I played the rest of the clip. The child didn't move much, just stood there staring directly into the lens. After a few seconds, they stepped backward and disappeared into the dark. I watched it again and again, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the lighting, that the face was just weird because of the angle. But it wasn't. The stillness was too deliberate. The look in those eyes was too specific, like they knew I would see this later, like the camera was part of their plan. After that, I stopped watching the cameras for a while. I still let them record, but I couldn't keep checking them. It felt like they were showing me something I already knew, and seeing it again was only making it worse. That was when I remembered the lake photo. The one from a year ago that had those blurred shapes in the woods. I pulled it up on my phone again, zoomed all the way in, and stared at those figures. I started wondering how many other places they had followed me to, how many times they had been close enough to be in the background, but just far enough not to be noticed. I went through all my cloud storage. Every photo I had taken over the past 2 years, I started marking the ones where something looked off, a shadow where it shouldn't be. A pair of footprints by the edge of the frame, the corner of a shirt disappearing behind a tree. There were more than I expected. And then something occurred to me that I hadn't thought about until that moment. If these kids were always just barely out of frame, then maybe I was not the one being watched. Maybe I was the one being followed. Not because of who I was, but because I was easy to reach, alone, isolated. And maybe I had already been chosen. The idea that I had been chosen sat with me in a strange way, not like a lightning strike, not some big realization, just quiet, low in my chest, like a weight that had been there a while, and I had only just noticed it, and once it was there, it started to shape everything I did. I stopped looking for answers, not because I did not want them. I just realized that no one was going to give them to me. This was not a situation where you filed a report or told the right person and it got fixed. Whatever was happening, it had been happening long before I noticed. And now I was part of it. I started thinking about patterns, about what these kids were actually doing. They were not breaking in, not leaving threats. They had not spoken to me since that night in the woods when one of them said my name. They were not trying to hurt me, at least not directly. They were showing up, again and again, and letting me know they were there. I remembered something from a documentary I had watched years ago. It was about predators, not people, animals, wolves, how they stalked their prey for long stretches before making a move. Not just for hunting, but to study, to learn behaviors, to find weaknesses. I remember the voice in the documentary saying that wolves sometimes walked alongside their prey at a distance, waiting until the moment was right. I started wondering if that was what the kids were doing. not haunting me, just circling, waiting. That week, I finally left the house. I needed to know if it would follow me somewhere new. I took my laptop and booked a motel a couple towns over. Nothing fancy. Just a small, two-story place near a highway off-ramp. I paid cash. Did not tell anyone where I was going. When I checked in, the front desk clerk barely looked at me. I asked for a room near the back. Something quiet. He gave me a key and went back to his crossword. I spent the first night watching TV with the sound off, just lights moving across the screen. I had one of the trail cams with me, and I set it up outside the window, pointing toward the parking lot. It felt like overkill, but it also felt necessary. Nothing happened that night. No sounds. No alarm. No movement. The next morning, I checked the footage. The only thing it caught was a stray cat crossing the lot around midnight. I almost felt relief. Almost. I stayed 2 more nights. Still nothing. I started thinking maybe I had shaken them. Maybe they did not know where I was. Or maybe they were never following me at all. Maybe they were tied to that house. That forest. That moment. On the 4th day, I drove home. The house looked untouched. The lights were off, the blinds still closed. I stood in the doorway for a long time before stepping inside, like I was waiting for something to feel wrong. But everything looked the way I left it. I checked the trail cams. The memory card on the side yard camera had 2 new clips. Both were short. The first was just static. That was not normal. The camera should have either caught motion or stayed off, but this one had 20 seconds of fuzz. No clear images, no sound. The second clip showed one of the kids standing in the far corner of the yard, near the edge of the fence. Their face was turned away, looking out into the trees. After a few seconds, they turned their heads slowly toward the camera. They were holding something. It took me a minute to figure out what it was. A folded piece of paper, the kind that comes from a notebook, torn on one edge. The child bent down, set it on the ground, and walked away. I went out to check the spot in the yard. The paper was still there. It had not rained. The ground was dry. The page was a little crumpled, but readable. There were 5 words written in pencil. Do you remember the others? No punctuation, no signature. I read it 5 times. My throat went dry. My fingers felt numb just holding it. I did not know what it meant, but the way it was written made it sound like it was not the first time this had happened, like there had been others before me, maybe people who had seen the same things. Heard the same laugh outside a tent, woken up to the same Polaroid, maybe people who never said anything, or people who said too much. I started thinking about all the unexplained disappearances I had read about over the years, the hikers that went missing on well-marked trails, the campers whose sites were found fully intact, just abandoned, tents still standing, fires still smoldering, no signs of a struggle. And I started wondering how many of those stories involved kids. How many of those people saw something familiar in the trees, a small face, a child's voice, just enough to let their guard down. And maybe that was the point. I burned the note later that night. I watched the flames eat through the paper until there was nothing left but ash. It felt like the right thing to do, even if it did not change anything. I thought about deleting the camera footage too, about wiping everything, but I did not. Not yet. Instead, I made a new folder on my laptop. I titled it The Others, and I started writing everything down, every detail I could remember, not just from that week, but from before, from the trip, from the photos, from every moment that felt just a little off. Every shape in the background, every noise that didn't fit. I was not trying to solve it. I just wanted a record. Because if there really were others, someone had to leave something behind. The folder kept growing. Every day I added something new, a sentence, a photo, a note about what time the cameras recorded motion, even if it was just a squirrel or a falling leaf. I stopped trying to understand the logic of it. I just recorded, like a ritual, like if I kept track of everything, it couldn't catch me off guard again. I didn't see the kids for a while after that last note, the one that asked if I remembered the others. No more recordings, no handprints, no signs of anything new. Weeks passed. The air turned colder. Leaves started falling, and I started feeling like maybe it had finally stopped. It's strange how fast your mind tries to return to normal, even when everything feels wrong, even when you've seen things that make no sense. Your brain still pulls you toward routine. It wants a shape, a reason, a place to file everything. I started going out again, small errands, late-night walks around the block. I went to the grocery store during slow hours, tried to avoid looking at the woods behind the parking lot. I answered a few texts, made a phone call, laughed once at something dumb a friend sent me. It was weak, but it was real. I thought maybe I was healing. Then, one morning, I found the second Polaroid. It was slid under my front door just like the first. No envelope, no message, just the photo. I felt it before I saw it. I had walked past the door and noticed the smallest slip of white on the floor. The air shifted when I bent down to pick it up. This time I wasn't asleep in the picture. I was standing in my hallway in pajamas, one hand halfway to my face, like I had been rubbing my eyes. It was taken from outside the window through the glass. The angle was perfect. My expression was blank, not scared, just tired, vulnerable. And behind me, closer than I thought, were the same 4 kids. In the reflection, they were not in the hallway, but they were in the photo, standing just outside the frame, behind the glass. Their faces were the same as before, expressionless, unblinking. That photo was the final piece. I didn't panic. I didn't call anyone. I just sat down at the table and placed the new photo beside the old one. I stared at them both, first asleep, then awake. They wanted me to see them. That was the point, all along. Not to take me, not to chase me, but to make sure I knew they were there, that they always had been, that they always would be. And for the first time, I understood what they had been trying to show me. It wasn't about me being special. It wasn't about punishment. It was an invitation, an offer. I don't think I was the first person to receive it. I don't think I'll be the last. But I was given the chance to see behind the curtain, and that alone was enough to change me. I did not sleep that night. Instead, I packed a bag. Not out of fear, but out of something else. something closer to peace. I brought the photos, a flashlight, the camera, a fresh notebook. Then I drove back to the trailhead, the same one. The parking lot was empty, like it had been before. The trees looked taller than I remembered, the path thinner. I hiked in about 6 miles, same spot, same clearing. I stood there for a long time listening. Nothing moved. Then, just as the sun started to dip below the tree line, I saw them. At the edge of the clearing, not hiding, just standing, watching. 4 kids. Same height, same eyes. But they were not alone. This time, there were others, adults, older faces, further back in the trees, silent. Some of them were smiling. It was not warm, it was not cold, it was just calm, like being welcomed home. I sat down on the ground and took out my notebook. I didn't run, I didn't speak, I just started writing what I saw, what I felt, what I had come to understand. Not everything out there wants to harm you. Some things just want to be remembered, to be believed in, to be followed. And maybe that's all this was. A signal, a question, a choice. I do not know where they come from. I do not know how they know your name, but I know they do not pick people at random. They choose you because they see something in you, something that is missing, something that belongs with them. And if you listen closely, if you stop fighting the silence, you might start to understand what they are asking. Not why, not how. Just, are you ready? I was. I am. And so I stayed until nightfall. And when I finally stood up and looked back toward the trail, I knew the way would still be there. But I also knew I would not be taking it. Because the question is not whether they will come back. The question is whether you will answer. And I did. I finally did. Snow drifted lazily from the gray sky, coating the neatly manicured lawns of Elmwood Drive in a blanket of white. The suburban neighborhood looked like a holiday card, each house adorned with twinkling lights and festive wreaths. I sat in the passenger seat of my boyfriend's old Honda, nerves fluttering in my stomach. Meeting Will's family for the first time was intimidating enough, but spending an entire holiday weekend at their house had me on edge. Will squeezed my hand gently as we pulled into the driveway, sensing my anxiety. "Relax, they're going to love you," he said, with a reassuring smile. I wanted to believe him, but I knew how these things sometimes went. Families could be complicated, especially around the holidays. The house itself was beautiful, large, and warmly lit, with icicle lights hanging gracefully from the roof's edge. Warm golden light spilled from the windows, illuminating the freshly fallen snow. It was the kind of house that felt inviting at first glance, a place filled with years of happy memories and traditions. As we stepped onto the porch, the front door swung open, and a woman who could only be Will's mother greeted us with a bright, welcoming smile. She embraced him tightly, then turned to me, her eyes kind and curious. "You must be Clara," she said warmly, pulling me into a surprisingly strong hug. "I'm Janet. We've heard so much about you." I smiled shyly, hoping I wasn't blushing too much. "Thank you for having me. Your home is lovely." Inside, the house was just as cozy as it looked from the outside. A crackling fireplace warmed the spacious living room, and the air smelled of cinnamon and freshly baked bread. Soft Christmas music played quietly from somewhere unseen. I could immediately see why Will spoke so fondly of this place. It was exactly the kind of home I'd always wished for. Janet introduced me quickly to the rest of the family. Will's father, Robert, tall and reserved but polite, his younger sister, Emily, a bubbly teenager who immediately peppered me with questions about college life, and his grandparents, who sat comfortably near the fireplace, smiling at me warmly. I relaxed slightly, comforted by how genuinely welcoming they all seemed. Dinner was ready soon after our arrival, and Janet directed us into a beautiful dining room, decorated tastefully with garland and candles. The large table was meticulously set, plates gleaming beneath the chandelier's soft glow. Everyone took their seats, chatting and laughing casually, clearly familiar with the rhythm of their family gatherings. But as I settled in next to Will, my eyes caught something odd at the far end of the table. A single place was set, complete with silverware, a full plate of food, and even a glass of water. Yet no one was sitting there. Confused, I glanced around the table, waiting for someone to address the obvious oddity. But the family continued chatting, passing dishes around, entirely ignoring the empty spot. Emily noticed my confusion and smiled awkwardly, quickly turning her attention elsewhere. I shot a questioning look at Will, but he stared determinedly at his plate, pretending he hadn't seen my confusion. Janet served me a generous portion of mashed potatoes and smiled warmly. "Eat up, dear. We don't let anyone leave hungry here." I nodded politely, my eyes involuntarily darting again to that strange, empty seat at the table. The food there was untouched but carefully plated, as though someone might arrive at any moment to claim it. Conversation resumed around me, everyone deliberately cheerful, talking about the neighborhood holiday events, the upcoming snowstorm, even joking lightly about old family memories. Yet every now and then, I caught someone's eyes flicking toward the empty chair, as though acknowledging something no one wanted to discuss. My discomfort grew, but I did my best to ignore it, keeping quiet throughout dinner. Something felt off deeply wrong in a way I couldn't quite place. Why set a place for someone who clearly wasn't there? It couldn't be a mistake. Everything about the dinner was so carefully arranged. After dinner, I helped Janet clear the dishes. As we carried plates into the kitchen, I finally mustered the courage to ask about the empty seat. "Janet," I said softly, choosing my words carefully, "I noticed the extra place at the table tonight. Are you expecting someone else?" Janet's hands froze mid-action, holding a dish in mid-air. Her expression tightened briefly, just enough to reveal that I'd touched on something sensitive. She forced a small, strained smile. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Just an old family tradition. We keep an extra place at the table during holidays. Don't let it worry you." Her tone clearly indicated the conversation was over, and I didn't press further. But something about her reaction unsettled me deeply. There was sadness in her eyes, hidden behind that practiced smile, something more than a simple holiday custom. Later, after everyone else had retreated to the living room, I lingered in the kitchen, helping with dishes. As I placed a stack of clean plates back into the cabinet, something caught my eye. It was a child's drawing, stuck haphazardly to the fridge with a faded magnet. Curious, I stepped closer. It was crudely drawn, the thick crayon strokes unmistakably childlike. 3 figures stood hand in hand, a woman, a smaller figure labeled me, and another girl drawn faintly, standing apart from them. At the bottom, scrawled in a child's handwriting, was written, "Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22. My breath caught in my throat. December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I stared at the picture, my heart suddenly racing, unease washing over me again in icy waves. I glanced nervously around, making sure no one was watching, then quietly placed the drawing back exactly as I'd found it. That night, once everyone was asleep, I finally asked Will about it. We sat together on the edge of the guest room bed, speaking in hushed tones. His reaction was tense, wary, like I'd asked something forbidden. "We don't talk about her," he whispered, eyes guarded. "Who?" I asked softly. "A relative?" He hesitated, his jaw tightening before he finally replied. "Just leave it alone, Clara. Please, it's better if you don't ask." But I knew in my gut I couldn't leave it alone. Something wasn't right. The empty place at the table, the strange drawing, the heavy silence. Will's family was hiding something, and suddenly I wasn't sure I wanted to know what it was. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay wide awake beside Will, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the old house settling. My mind replayed every unsettling detail from dinner, the empty seat, Janet's strained smile, and that eerie child's drawing pinned to the fridge. Finally, exhaustion overtook my restless mind, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. But even then, my dreams were jagged, haunted by shadows I couldn't quite catch, whispers I couldn't quite hear. At one point, I jolted awake suddenly, heart racing, convinced someone had been standing near the bed watching me. But the room was empty, filled only with pale moonlight filtering gently through lace curtains. I glanced over at Will. He slept peacefully, breathing slow and even. I envied him in that moment, how easily he seemed to accept the strangeness of his family's world. I carefully slipped out of bed, pulling on a sweater, shivering slightly as my bare feet met the cold wooden floor. Maybe a glass of water would help calm my nerves. The hallway was dark, dimly lit by a faint yellow glow coming from a nightlight near the staircase. I moved carefully, trying not to wake anyone, feeling oddly like an intruder in this quiet, perfect house. Downstairs, the kitchen was bathed in soft moonlight, making everything seem gentle and harmless. I poured a glass of water and leaned against the counter, letting the cool liquid soothe my tight throat. But as I stood there, eyes drifting aimlessly, something tugged insistently at my attention. The fridge, that drawing again, its colorful scribbles partially illuminated by moonlight. I moved closer, inspecting it again. The words were still there, clearly written in a child's shaky handwriting. "Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22nd, just 2 days ago." I couldn't let it go. I knew I should go back to bed, forget about it, respect Will's quiet plea to leave things alone, but something deep inside pushed me onward. I needed answers. Carefully, I turned away from the fridge and walked slowly toward the hallway that connected to a small side door, one I'd noticed earlier when Janet had shown me around. She'd skipped past it quickly, mentioning briefly it led to the basement. At the time, I hadn't thought anything of it, but now, it seemed like something worth investigating. The basement door was slightly ajar. My heartbeat quickened as I pushed it open fully, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into complete darkness. A faint chill drifted upward, carrying with it the musty scent of old wood and forgotten places. I hesitated, glancing back nervously toward the empty kitchen, listening carefully for any signs of movement upstairs. When nothing stirred, I reached for the switch beside the doorway, flicking it softly. A single bulb flickered to life at the bottom of the stairs, casting weak yellow light over a concrete floor. I took a slow, unsteady breath, stepped forward and descended carefully, each stair creaking faintly beneath my weight. At the bottom, my eyes adjusted quickly to the dimness. The basement was large, cluttered with old furniture, dusty boxes, and forgotten toys scattered across the floor. I shivered, wrapping my sweater tightly around me. Something about this room felt deeply unsettling, though I couldn't quite pinpoint why. It felt frozen in time, abandoned yet still filled with echoes of life. As I moved cautiously deeper into the room, my eyes landed on something partially hidden behind a stack of cardboard boxes. A small, worn door built into the far wall, barely noticeable, painted the same dull shade of white as the surrounding walls. My stomach clenched with inexplicable dread, but curiosity won out. I had to know what lay behind it. The small handle turned easily beneath my shaking fingers, and the door opened with a soft, protesting groan. Inside was a narrow space, little more than a cramped storage area, but immediately I realized it wasn't empty. On the floor were blankets, scattered toys, and small plates, some still holding crumbs. It was clearly a place someone had spent time recently, someone small. My pulse quickened, blood rushing loudly in my ears. I knelt slowly, touching one of the blankets. It was warm, as if someone had just been wrapped in it moments ago. Panic swelled inside me. Was someone still living down here, hidden from sight? My mind flashed back to the drawing, the strange empty place at the table, the tense silence whenever I mentioned it. My breath caught painfully in my throat. What had I stumbled into? Then my eyes caught sight of something else, a small camera, discreetly tucked into the corner, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. My heart skipped. It was positioned perfectly to monitor the space, aimed precisely at the pile of blankets and toys. Someone was watching this room. Someone knew exactly who lived here, knew exactly when they came and went. With trembling hands, I followed the tiny cable attached to the camera, tracing it along the wall until it disappeared into a hidden hole in the corner of the ceiling. If the camera was here, the footage had to be stored somewhere nearby. Maybe on a computer upstairs, maybe elsewhere. Either way, someone in this house was closely monitoring whoever or whatever was staying in this hidden place. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the heavy silence, a faint creaking, somewhere above me, perhaps footsteps upstairs. My breath froze in my lungs. Someone was awake, moving around the house. I knew instantly I couldn't be found here. Quickly, I closed the small hidden door, making sure it was exactly as I'd found it, and hurried back across the basement toward the stairs. My heart hammered with each step I climbed, eyes darting nervously upward toward the open doorway above. As I reached the top, I paused, listening carefully. Silence again. Maybe I'd imagined the noise, or maybe whoever had been moving was back in their room. Either way, I didn't risk lingering. I flipped off the basement light and moved swiftly through the kitchen, up the stairs, back down the hall toward the guest room. Will was still fast asleep, breathing deeply, completely unaware of my late-night exploration. I slipped quietly back into bed beside him, heart still racing, mind reeling. I'd found something terrifying hidden in the heart of Will's seemingly perfect family home, a secret room, a hidden camera, and evidence that someone else lived silently, secretly, in the basement. And worse still, I was certain Will's family already knew. Janet stood in front of me, her eyes steady but cautious, the tension in the air between us so thick it felt suffocating. Her forced smile trembled slightly at the edges, and I could tell she knew exactly what I'd been doing, exactly what I'd heard at the basement door. But neither of us spoke for a long moment, letting the silence stretch into something uncomfortable and heavy. "Clara," she finally said, her voice careful, controlled. "I thought Will mentioned that we keep the basement off limits. It's dangerous down there, old wiring, rusty nails, things you could hurt yourself on." I nodded slowly, my heart still racing, but I forced my expression into one of naive acceptance. "I'm sorry. I just got curious. Old houses, you know." She softened slightly, her posture easing, though suspicion lingered behind her eyes. "I know. But please, next time, ask first. We don't want you getting hurt." With that, she turned back toward the kitchen, leaving me standing alone in the hallway, my pulse still thrumming. I glanced back at the basement door one last time. Whatever or whoever was down there clearly needed help. Yet, confronting Janet now would only deepen her suspicions. I had to be smarter about this. Will reappeared soon after, looking anxious. "Are you all right? What did my mom say?" "Not much," I whispered back. "Just a gentle warning about the basement." She acted like she was worried about me getting hurt. Will's expression clouded, his eyes darting nervously toward the kitchen. "That's good. Just be careful. They're already watching you closely, Clara. My parents don't like when people start asking too many questions." I stared at him, feeling a fresh pang of doubt. Then what should we do? Someone was tapping at the basement door. It wasn't random noise, Will. It was intentional. "Someone's down there." He hesitated, clearly conflicted. "I believe you, but let's wait until tonight. After everyone's asleep again, we'll check together. If someone's in there, we'll deal with it then." I reluctantly agreed, knowing I couldn't handle this alone. For the rest of the day, we moved through the house pretending normalcy. We helped decorate the living room tree, wrapped last-minute presents, and tried to laugh along with Emily's jokes. Every smile felt forced, every laugh hollow. The cheerful facade was becoming nearly impossible to maintain. At dinner, the empty place at the table remained hauntingly untouched, carefully arranged with a full meal and silverware. This time, though, everyone's eyes flicked toward it nervously, as if sensing my lingering suspicion. No one mentioned it, but the air grew strained. Janet spoke brightly, too brightly, about plans for Christmas morning, her eyes darting to me repeatedly, watching for reactions. That night felt endless. I lay awake, watching shadows flicker on the ceiling, waiting for the house to settle into quiet. Eventually, silence fell, and Will sat up carefully, motioning to me to follow. My nerves twisted as we crept from the bedroom down the hall and quietly descended the stairs to the basement door. Will paused, listening carefully, then opened the door slowly. The stairwell was dark and empty. As we descended, each step creaked softly beneath our feet. At the bottom, we stood motionless, letting our eyes adjust to the dimness. "Show me," Will whispered finally, his voice tight with anxiety. I led him across the basement, past boxes and dusty furniture, until we reached the hidden door. It was closed exactly as I'd left it, almost invisible in the low light. Will stared at it, visibly shaken, as if he couldn't believe this hidden space had existed in his home without his knowledge. With a trembling hand, he opened the door slowly, revealing the same tiny room I'd seen before: blankets, toys scattered haphazardly, and plates of half-eaten food. He stepped inside cautiously, picking up a small stuffed bear from the floor, eyes filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" he whispered, clearly disturbed. "I had no idea this was here. Clara, you have to believe me. I swear, I never knew." "I do," I said gently, touching his shoulder. "But someone's been living here, someone small. Maybe it's Maddie, Will. Maybe she never left. Maybe they hid her." He shook his head slowly, overwhelmed. "Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense." I moved to the corner, pointing toward the tiny hidden camera still fixed to the wall. "They're watching whoever it is, Will. They're aware of it. They're feeding this person. They must know exactly who's in here." Will's face went pale, realization dawning sharply. "We have a security setup. My dad has cameras installed around the house, connected to a monitor in his office. That's how he keeps an eye on things when we're away." "Then that footage must be upstairs," I said urgently. "We need to see it. We have to know who's down here." He nodded, determination replacing his shock. "Follow me." We hurried back up the stairs and through the house to Robert's home office. Will switched on the small lamp beside the desk, casting a dim, cautious glow over the room. The computer sat silently on the desk, surrounded by neatly organized papers. He moved quickly, turning on the monitor, fingers trembling slightly as he navigated the desktop. After a few tense moments, a security application opened, showing multiple camera feeds around the house front door, driveway, backyard. My heart jumped as he selected the basement camera. The footage appeared, grainy and dim, showing the hidden room clearly. We skimmed backward through recordings, our breathing tense, until something moved. "There," I whispered urgently. Will stopped the footage, leaning closer. A small, shadowy figure appeared on screen, sitting in the corner, clutching a blanket tightly. It was unmistakably a young girl, maybe 8 or 9, her face obscured by tangled hair. She rocked slowly, silently, surrounded by stuffed animals. "Oh my God," Will whispered hoarsely. Could it be her, Maddie?" My chest tightened painfully. It has to be. We stared in silent horror as the footage continued, watching Maddie move quietly around the room, occasionally looking toward the camera, as if aware she was being watched. Suddenly she stood quickly, startled, backing into a corner as a figure entered the frame. Janet. Will gasped quietly, his eyes wide with disbelief. We watched silently as Janet approached Maddie, placing a plate of food on the ground. Maddie shrank away fearfully, not speaking, not moving until Janet left the room again, locking the door behind her. Will leaned back slowly, his face ashen. They've kept her hidden down there for years. I nodded slowly, dread flooding through me. They never let her go. They never told anyone. Will buried his face in his hands, voice shaking. What are we supposed to do now? Before I could answer, footsteps sounded behind us. We turned sharply to see Robert standing in the doorway, his face dark, eyes cold and dangerous. You shouldn't have done that, he said softly, stepping slowly into the room, blocking our exit. Robert stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the dim hallway light behind him. The quiet menace in his posture chilled me to the bone, and the expression on his face was one I had never seen: calm, cold, utterly controlled anger. He stepped forward slowly, filling the doorway, and folded his arms. It was clear he'd seen exactly what we were looking at on the computer screen. Will, Robert said quietly, his voice a heavy mixture of disappointment and warning. I thought you knew better. We raised you to respect our privacy, our rules. Will stood slowly, facing his father, his expression wavering between fear and betrayal. Dad, please, you have to explain this. You have a child locked in our basement. Maddie, you've kept her hidden for years. Robert didn't flinch, didn't look away. You're misunderstanding the situation, son. Maddie is safe here, protected. Will shook his head sharply, clearly horrified. Protected? You mean trapped, hidden? This isn't protection, Dad. It's cruelty. Why would you ever do this? I remained frozen beside Will, barely breathing, hoping Robert would continue talking. If we were going to get out of this, we needed him distracted. Robert's eyes moved slowly to mine, hardening further. Clara, I'm sorry you had to become involved in this. You were never meant to know. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice steady, despite the fear clawing at my chest. But I do know, and we can't pretend otherwise. You've been keeping her prisoner. Your family fostered her, then lied when she went missing. This isn't normal, Robert. Robert sighed, glancing briefly at the floor before meeting my eyes again. It's not what you think. Maddie came to us already broken, traumatized from experiences you can't even imagine. We took her in, tried to help her, but she was troubled, dangerous. She'd hurt herself, hurt others. She didn't respond to treatment or therapy. After a while, there was nowhere else to send her. I shook my head in disbelief. So your solution was to lock her away, pretend she vanished. He held my gaze firmly. Our solution was to protect her and others from harm. We made sacrifices to keep her safe, to keep her away from prying eyes and judgment. Safe? Will's voice cracked, strained with disbelief and horror. She's down there alone, scared, living like an animal. Robert's expression softened slightly, showing a flash of genuine sadness. We tried everything else: therapy, medication, specialists, but nothing worked. Maddie wasn't meant for the world outside these walls. Downstairs, she's cared for, fed, monitored. Janet takes care of her every need. She's your prisoner, Will whispered, stepping closer, eyes blazing with anger and pain. No matter how you justify it, it's wrong. Robert shook his head slowly, his voice quiet yet forceful. Sometimes the right thing doesn't look the way you expect. If Maddie were out there, she'd be institutionalized, abandoned by everyone. At least here, she has a home, stability, a family. Will's fists clenched, his entire body shaking with rage. This isn't family, it's imprisonment. You taught us to be honest, decent. But all this time, you were lying, hiding a child in our basement, pretending everything was normal. What else have you lied about? Robert's jaw tightened sharply, eyes flashing dangerously. Be careful, son. You have no idea how difficult this has been for your mother, for me. The sacrifices we've made. Sacrifices? Will said bitterly, voice trembling. Like sacrificing our integrity, our humanity? I can't believe I ever trusted you. Robert took another step forward, voice hardening once more. That's enough. I understand your shock, but you'll see it differently once you've calmed down. Clara, you're going to stay here for now. We'll discuss how to handle this later. I shook my head sharply, panic flooding through me again. You can't keep me here. People know where I am. My family, friends, they'll notice if I don't return. Robert's gaze softened, though only slightly. You misunderstand. No one is harming you, Clara. But we need you to stay until we sort this out. You need to understand how important secrecy is. Everything we've done is to protect our family, Maddie included. Dad, please, Will whispered desperately, clearly sensing the threat behind Robert's words. Let Clara leave. She won't tell anyone. I promise. Robert's eyes never left mine, carefully weighing my reaction. She knows too much, Will. She's seen things no one outside the family has ever seen. Will moved protectively between us, shielding me. Then we'll leave together. Clara and I will both go. You won't have to worry about either of us again. Robert's jaw tightened even more, the silence stretching between us painfully. Finally, he sighed deeply, the tension easing just slightly. I'm sorry, son, but I can't let either of you leave. Not yet. You'll stay here until I'm certain you understand the consequences. He stepped closer, hand raised slightly as if to calm us. Go back to your room, rest, give yourself time to think clearly. Tomorrow, we'll discuss this rationale as a family. He moved aside slightly, motioning toward the hallway, a quiet but firm gesture that made it clear refusal wasn't an option. I exchanged a desperate glance with Will, who squeezed my hand tightly. There was no choice, not right now. We moved past Robert slowly, my heart racing, eyes fixed firmly on the floor as we passed him, feeling his stare follow us out of the office. Once we were back upstairs, Will shut the bedroom door, leaning against it heavily. His breathing was ragged, eyes haunted. He met my gaze with raw pain. I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea. I took his hand, squeezing it gently. It's not your fault, Will, but we have to find a way out of here. They're not going to let us leave willingly. He nodded slowly, his eyes suddenly determined again. I know. Tonight, when they're asleep, we'll go straight to the police. We'll show them the footage. They'll have to believe us. I hesitated, dread churning in my stomach. Will they? Your parents are respected here. They might dismiss us as crazy, especially if your family denies everything. He shook his head firmly. The footage doesn't lie. We have proof. We just need to get out of here with it." We waited silently for hours, listening for any signs of movement in the house. When it finally fell silent, we cautiously slipped from the bedroom once more, moving quickly toward the office. But this time, we froze at the bottom of the stairs, our hearts stopping. The office door stood open, light pouring out into the dark hallway. Robert sat at his desk, waiting, the footage already playing silently behind him. He raised his eyes slowly, meeting ours without surprise. "I had hoped you wouldn't try this," he said quietly, voice filled with genuine regret. "Now we'll have to do this the hard way." Before we could react, footsteps approached rapidly from behind. We turned sharply just as Janet stepped forward, a needle in her hand, eyes wide and sorrowful. "I'm sorry," she whispered softly, stepping toward us, "but it's for your own good." My heart stopped as Janet moved swiftly toward us, the needle glinting ominously under the dim hallway light. Before either of us could react, Robert was already on his feet, stepping out from behind the desk, his face stern and controlled. "Don't fight this," Janet pleaded quietly, her voice shaking slightly as she approached Will. "Please, Will. Honey, it won't hurt. It'll just help you sleep. When you wake up, everything will make sense again." Will backed away instinctively, eyes wide with disbelief and betrayal. "Mom, no. Please don't do this." But she stepped forward resolutely, determination replacing the sorrow in her gaze. "You left us no choice. We tried to do this gently. We tried to protect you from the truth for your own sake, but you kept pushing." Her eyes flashed to mine, full of regret and frustration. "And now you've dragged Clara into it. We can't risk everything we've worked so hard to protect." Before I could move or scream, Robert stepped behind me, gripping my arms firmly, holding me in place. I struggled violently, but his grasp was iron tight, unyielding. I watched helplessly as Janet quickly took hold of Will's arm, pressing the needle expertly into his shoulder. He flinched, gasping softly in pain, his eyes locking onto mine for a final panicked second. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with despair, before his eyelids fluttered closed, and he collapsed limply into Janet's waiting arms. My heart shattered, tears spilling helplessly down my cheeks. "What did you do to him?" I cried, trying desperately to wrench free from Robert's grip. "You can't do this." Janet turned her gaze back to me, remorseful but resolute. "He'll be fine, Clara. He'll sleep for a few hours. When he wakes up, we'll explain everything again. He'll understand why we've had to do these things, why Maddie has to stay hidden." I stared at her in horror, unable to believe what I was hearing. "Understand? You've imprisoned a child. Now you've drugged your own son. You're out of your minds." Janet flinched visibly, hurt flickering through her eyes. But Robert's grip only tightened, his voice stern beside my ear. "We didn't want this, Clara. You forced our hand. If you'd stayed out of things, none of this would have happened." "Stayed out of things," I snapped, anger temporarily overpowering my fear. "You mean ignored the little girl trapped in your basement? Pretended your lies were okay?" Janet gently laid Will onto the sofa in the office, brushing his hair from his forehead with a motherly tenderness that seemed disturbingly at odds with her actions. She straightened, turning back toward me slowly, expression carefully blank. Maddie wasn't the first, she admitted quietly, eyes holding mine steadily. This family has been caring for troubled children for years. We took them in when no one else would. Maddie was special but complicated. She couldn't handle the outside world, Clara. She was dangerous to herself, to others. So your solution was locking her away forever? My voice trembled, disgust dripping from every word. Robert answered for her, his tone firm and defensive. You don't understand. Maddie wasn't just troubled. She was violent, unpredictable. She hurt herself, attacked other kids at school. We tried therapy, medication, specialists. Nothing worked. Janet stepped closer, imploring me to see reason in her twisted logic. We saved her from institutions, foster homes where she'd be mistreated or forgotten. Downstairs, Maddie has a home, food, warmth, family. She's safe, and the world is safe from her. My stomach churned violently. You're justifying imprisonment. You drugged your son. You're manipulating everyone around you. Robert sighed heavily, frustration evident. We never wanted Will to know. We never wanted him involved. He was supposed to stay unaware, protected. You complicated that. Now we have to decide what to do with you. My blood ran cold. Do with me. Janet's expression shifted to pity, mingled with sadness. You know too much, Clara. You can't leave, not now. If you tell anyone, our entire family will be destroyed. Maddie would be institutionalized. Everything we've built, everything we've sacrificed, will have been for nothing. I struggled again, desperate panic flooding my veins. People will come looking for me. You can't hide me here. Someone will notice I'm gone. Robert shook his head grimly. We'll make it believable. Your family and friends will think you simply chose to stay here longer. We'll keep your phone active, reply to texts for you. Eventually, we'll make it look like you moved away, started fresh somewhere else. Tears blurred my vision, despair washing over me. They had planned this thoroughly, coldly. Janet reached gently toward my face, wiping a tear softly from my cheek. Please, Clara. Make this easy for yourself. For Will, cooperate with us. We'll make sure you're comfortable, safe. In time, you'll understand. My voice cracked, quiet with defeat. I'll never understand. You're monsters. Robert sighed heavily, guiding me toward the hallway again. I hoped you'd see reason. Unfortunately, it seems we'll need to keep you restrained for now. Panic surged anew as he led me down the hall toward another small room. This one on the first floor, a rarely used guest room. He ushered me inside gently but firmly, shutting the door behind him. Before I could react, I heard the lock click firmly into place. The room was comfortable but sparse. A single bed, a small desk, a window with heavy curtains. I ran to the window immediately, trying desperately to open it, but it had been sealed shut. My heart sank as reality crashed heavily around me. I was trapped. Hours dragged on, marked only by my growing panic. I paced the small room, thoughts racing. Was Will okay? Was Maddie? Did anyone outside suspect the truth about this twisted family? Eventually, the door unlocked softly. Janet entered, carrying a tray of food and water. She placed it carefully on the small desk, eyes gentle but wary. Clara, she began softly, hesitating as if choosing her words carefully. I know this is difficult, frightening, but fighting won't help. Please eat something. Rest. Where's Will? I demanded sharply. She sighed, sitting slowly on the edge of the bed. Sleeping. He's safe. When he wakes, we'll talk again, explain everything clearly. He'll understand eventually, just as you will. I shook my head bitterly. I won't. I'll never accept this. Her eyes softened sadly. I didn't either at first, but family is complicated, Clara. We do things we never imagined to protect the people we love. Eventually, even the darkest choices become easier. She stood slowly, moving toward the door again, pausing just before leaving. Please, think about it. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner you'll have a life here. Refuse, and we'll do what's necessary. The door locked again, leaving me alone with the echo of her words and the crushing weight of my reality. I sank slowly onto the bed, heart heavy, mind racing. I knew beyond doubt that my only hope of survival lay in escaping. But how when every door was locked, every window sealed? Yet, deep down, beneath despair and fear, something stronger stirred determination. They couldn't break me. I wouldn't let them. One way or another, I would find a way out. I barely slept that night. My thoughts raced relentlessly, torn between fear, desperation, and a determination I couldn't quite explain. Every sound in the house, every creak of the floors, whisper of voices through the walls, set my pulse racing. The small guest room had become a cell, a beautifully furnished cage that offered no comfort, only isolation. I stared blankly at the sealed window, knowing I had to find another way out. Just after dawn, the door opened again. This time it was Janet, looking weary, her gentle face etched deeply with exhaustion and worry. In her hands was a tray of breakfast food toast, fruit, a steaming mug of coffee. It smelled inviting, but the sight of her filled me only with dread. "How are you feeling?" she asked softly, setting the tray down beside me. "How do you think?" I responded bitterly, glaring at her. "I'm locked in a room. You've kidnapped your own son. You've kept a child prisoner. None of this is okay." She sighed deeply, sitting across from me on the edge of the bed. "I know how it looks, but Clara, everything we've done—" "Stop," I interrupted sharply. "No more explanations. You can't justify this." She stared at me, her eyes glistening slightly with tears. "Maybe not, but we did it to protect our family. When Maddie came to us, we loved her, but she couldn't be part of the world outside. Every attempt to help her ended badly. We made terrible choices, yes, but always for her sake, and now for yours and Will's too." I shook my head, refusing to listen. "You drugged your son. You imprisoned an innocent child. Don't pretend this was ever about protecting anyone but yourselves." Janet stood quietly, clearly shaken by my words. She looked away, unable to meet my eyes any longer. "I'm sorry it had to come to this, Clara, but if you refuse to see reason, there's nothing more we can do." As she turned to leave, I called out desperately, "Please, at least let me see Will. Let me know he's okay." She hesitated, then slowly nodded. "All right, but only for a few minutes." Moments later, Will entered the room. He looked exhausted, disheveled. his eyes haunted with guilt and confusion. Janet stayed outside the door, leaving it slightly ajar, listening to every word we said. "Are you okay?" I asked gently, my voice shaking. Will sat beside me, his hands trembling. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea they would do this. I don't even know who they are anymore." "It's not your fault," I assured him quietly, taking his hand. "But we need a plan. We can't stay here. They're desperate, Will. Who knows what they'll do next?" He nodded slowly, squeezing my hand reassuringly. "I know. Last night, when they thought I was unconscious, I overheard them talking. They said they needed to move Meta, take her somewhere else, away from here, because of us. We don't have much time." I glanced quickly at the open door, then leaned closer. "If they're moving her, we have one chance. They'll be distracted. We have to get out and get help." Will agreed, determination sparking again in his eyes. "Tonight, we'll make our move then. Be ready." As promised, the opportunity came just after midnight. Through the wall we heard faint noises, footsteps, whispers, and the basement door opening. My heart pounded. It was now or never. Moments later, Will quietly unlocked my door with a key he'd stolen from his father's desk earlier that day. We moved silently into the hallway, listening carefully. "They're downstairs," he whispered urgently. "Maddie's room is empty. They're loading her into the car. Let's go." Hand in hand, we crept through the dark house, every step tense, every shadow feeling like a threat. At the front door we hesitated, breathless with fear. This was it, the moment we escaped, or were caught again. I turned the handle slowly, wincing as the door creaked slightly. Outside, the cold night air greeted us sharply. But just as freedom seemed within reach, headlights snapped on, blinding us. Robert stood beside the car in the driveway, Janet holding Maddie tightly by her side. Maddie was pale, small, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Janet's face was tear-streaked, pleading silently for us to understand. Robert's expression was cold, resigned. "You can't run from this," Robert warned sternly, stepping forward. "This ends now." But before either of us could respond, flashing red and blue lights filled the street. Police cars pulled quickly into the driveway, officers emerging swiftly. Janet cried out, panicked. Robert looked momentarily stunned, his composure finally breaking. "Put your hands up," an officer commanded sharply. "Step away from the girl." Relief flooded through me as we stepped toward the officers. Robert and Janet hesitated, frozen by shock and disbelief. As the police approached, one officer took Maddie gently into his arms, soothing her quietly. Janet broke down, sobbing quietly as handcuffs were placed around her wrists. As the chaos settled, an officer explained. Earlier, after Will had woken from the sedative, he'd managed to sneak a message from his father's phone to the local police, sending them a brief but urgent plea for help. They'd arrived just in time to witness our attempted escape, confirming the disturbing story we had to tell. The next several weeks passed in a blur of police interviews, statements, and news coverage. Will's parents faced charges: kidnapping, imprisonment, endangering a child. Maddie was moved to a specialized care facility, receiving proper help and support for the first time in years. Will was shattered emotionally, but resolved to rebuild his life on his own terms. Finally, the day came when we left that town behind, the place that had nearly broken us both. As we drove away, Will reached over, taking my hand gently. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice rough with emotion. "You saved me, Clara. Saved Maddie, too. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." I squeezed his hand tightly, looking out at the open road ahead of us. Freedom finally ours again. "You don't have to repay me. We survived together. That's enough." In the months that followed, life slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be. Maddie gradually recovered, learning to trust again in the safety of her new home. Will and I continued to heal, supporting each other every step of the way. Yet, despite everything, sometimes at night, when the house was quiet and shadows played tricks on the walls, memories lingered. Memories of that hidden room, the secrets and lies that nearly destroyed us all. But with each passing day, those shadows faded a little more, and eventually, all that remained was the strength we found within ourselves, the courage to face darkness head on, the resilience to move forward, and the promise of brighter days ahead. We'd escaped, we'd survived, and at last we were free.